process. As it is now 2 o'clock, we will call the April 15th, 2026 meeting of the Historic Zoning Commission to order. The first item of business is the adoption of the agenda, which all the commissioners have seen earlier. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Is motion by Dr. Williams and second by Commissioner, yes, Commissioner Matt. Commissioner Smith, sorry. All those, is there any further discussion about the agenda? If not, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. That motion passes.
Chair, I do have a quick question. Are there any changes to the agenda? Maybe
There are, but we go through that in a little
After?
bit.
Okay.
Yeah, in a few minutes, yes.
Okay. The next item on the agenda is the approval of the March 18, 2026 minutes. Those were also likewise sent out earlier. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Cotton. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Mahon. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. That motion passes. Do we have any council members present? Yes. Would you like to speak now? Can you, do you mind going to the podium?
Hey, thanks. I want to speak kind of on a matter in general, but on item 8 about Sweetbriar and, I'm sorry, really 7 and 8. Just that have both really large additions. And I think that has caused some concern, and it's something that's come up previous times when there are really large additions, especially when they're large additions that are like doubling the size, and then also a short-term, a dadu, not a short-term, dadu that is a part of the proposal. Just really, I think there are some concerns. I know at one point or at different points, I was part in Hillsborough West End, I was part of doing their 06, 07 overlay, conservation overlay, and was chair of Hillsborough West End when we did the expansion in 2012 or 13, somewhere around there. And even after that, we'd left a street out, and I went through the process to pull that one in. And I know that one of the selling points was that we were protecting our smaller and middle housing stock. And so it is, I do understand from my constituents the frustration when a really large addition is put in and it kind of changes the vibe. I know that one of the focuses of, one of the guiding principles is you don't really change the, architectural view from the front. But in various times, and I know when we fought for ours and in other writing, that is something important, that we are also protecting the housing stock. And so I hope you all will keep that in mind as you consider those. I know this isn't part of the guidelines, but in the Belmont Hillsborough packet that talks about the guidelines, it does have a picture of like what's visible from the front, and just some of these large additions just don't look like they fit in that visible and not visible kind of diagram. And I know that diagram itself is not a guideline, but it does kind of suggest that stuff that additions that go way far back don't kind of fit with the changes. So I hope, again, that you'll consider that. As going forward, if staff can help Belmont Hillsborough and others like it that have concerns about these sizes, and if there are any tools or changes that we can make to help protect that housing stock, I am open, and I know Belmont Hillsborough is open to discuss those. Thanks.
Thank you.
Let me push that. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your service. I know what a big time commitment this is, and we appreciate all the work you put into this. I'm also here to speak about the concern of the neighbors, specifically on item 12, 1912 Wildwood Avenue. I'm currently council member at large, but served as District 18 council member when the Belmont-Hillsborough neighborhood expanded that overlay. And although I was not involved in the expansion that involved this specific street, I know that when that addition was done, it was done specifically to preserve a uniquely historical kind of housing stock, 1945, very small ranches that were built to be affordable to soldiers returning from the war. And that is part of the history that is, that enabled it to be considered historic. And so, as the council member has said, typically, you look at the historic guidelines and what's there, but this is specifically written into the documents that were given to the Historic Commission when that guideline was adopted. So I think it's an important piece of that to consider. And to me, it seems relevant that now that this commission is part of the planning department, that it's also relevant that it also integrates principles that are important to good planning in general. I think that was how that whole conversation came about. And as we know, things that are important to planning in general include preservation of middle housing, which this, again, neighborhood was specifically done for. So I'm sure what is proposed is lovely and would be great if we needed more very large houses. If you look at the data that we have, what it shows is we need all types of housings, but we especially need house for the people who are being built. And so I would just ask, both as a historic commission and as a part of planning, that you take all those considerations into account as you evaluate this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate your service as well. Just as a matter of housekeeping, I would ask that you silence your cell phones. The next item on the agenda is the metrics review.
Sure. In March of 2026, there was 29 pre-applications, 43 permits issued, 21 revised permits, and 150 inspections conducted.
The next item on the agenda is the public comment period. This is for items on the agenda that do not require a public hearing. This will be limited to 20 minutes. We will do our best to take all practical steps to ensure that opposing viewpoints are given time during the public comment period. Please provide your name and your location. You don't necessarily have to give me your address. We have anyone that would like to say anything? Okay, the next item on the agenda are the items for deferral and withdrawal.
There is just one item for deferral or withdrawal. On page 3, item number 2, 1312 Shelton, they revised to receive an administrative permit.
So just to make that clear, it's item number 2, 1312 Shelton Avenue.
That's correct.
The next item on the agenda is the consent agenda.
As a notice to applicants, if you are approved for a preservation permit today and you are not the contractor, please know that it is your responsibility to make sure that the contractor has a copy of the preservation permit before beginning work. The preservation permit includes items that require final approval and inspection requirements. The final drawings are part of the preservation permit. Following the preservation permit will save you time and money, as enforcement of violations can sometimes be a lengthy and expensive process. The preservation permit is also not a building permit. No work can begin without the appropriate review and approval by the Metropolitan Department of Codes. And before I go ahead and present the rest of the consent agenda, I just wanted to make sure that if you didn't get a copy of the agenda, there should be some left over there if you need a copy of the agenda to follow along. Now to the consent items. Items on the consent agenda will be read aloud to determine if there is opposition present. If there is no opposition present, the item will be heard at the end of the meeting and a public hearing will be held on those items. If no opposition is present, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. As a notice to the public, consent items will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda. So I'm gonna go through and read each case one by one, and if you are here in opposition to that item, please raise your hand. On page 3, item number 1 is the administrative permits that were approved in the previous month. Is there anyone here in opposition to this item? Okay, this item will be on the consent agenda. On page 4, item number 3 at 1024 Seymour Avenue, is there anyone in opposition to this item? Okay, this item will be on the consent agenda. On page 4, item 4 at 1611 Douglas, is there anyone here in opposition to this item? Okay, seeing none, this item will remain on the consent agenda. On page 4, item number 5 at 1012 Bate, is there anyone here in opposition to this item? This item will be on the consent agenda. On page 4, item number 6 at 4811 Elkins Avenue, is there anyone here in opposition to this item? On page 4, item number 7, 1912 Wildwood has already been removed from the consent agenda, and that will be heard. And similarly, on page 5, item number 8, 1719 Sweetbriar, that one has already been pulled from the consent agenda and will also be heard. On page 5, item number 11 at 849 West Eastland, just to point out that the agendas that are printed here, this lists that under being under action, but that's a mistake. It should have been under tentative consent. So staff is recommending currently that it be removed, that it be placed on the consent agenda. It's a recommendation for approval with our standard conditions for info.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one? Which number is that?
Yeah, so on page 5, item number 11, 849 West Eastland. So is there anyone here in opposition to item number 11, 849 West Eastland? Okay, seeing none, staff recommends that it be moved to the consent agenda. So I'm going to now read through all the consent items as legal information. As information for our audience, if you're not satisfied with the decision today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of certiorari with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements are met, please be advised to seek your own independent legal counsel. Okay, so here are the items on consent. Starting on page 3, item number 1, where the admin permits from the previous month, the recommendation is to approve. On page 4, item number 3, 1024 Seymour, the recommendation is to approve with conditions. On page 4, item 4, 1611 Douglas, the recommendation is to approve with conditions. On page 4, item 5, 1012 Bate, the recommendation is to approve with conditions. On page 4, item number 6, 4811 Elkins, the recommendation is to approve with conditions. And then finally, on page 5, item number 11, 849 West Eastland, the recommendation is to approve with conditions. So staff recommends approval of the items on the consent agenda with their applicable conditions.
Just to restate, that would be item number 1, item number 3, item number 4, item number 5, item number 6, and item number 11. Correct. Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, seeing no exception taken in the audience, move approval for the consent agenda as presented, inclusive of item number 11 at 849 West Eastland.
And I heard a motion from Commissioner Mosley. A second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Cotton. If there's any other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. And that motion carried. So here are the items that we are considering today. All other items have either been withdrawn, deferred to another meeting, or passed on the consent agenda. So we will start with item number 9. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
No?
It's not super loud.
Turn them on. Okay, is it good now? I'll try to project as well.
Project.
Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry? All right, so the first item is a request to apply a historic landmark overlay to the First Evangelical Lutheran Church at 113 8th Avenue South. The church, oh, of course. The church was designed in the neo-Gothic style by Marr and Holman architects, with the main massing seen here constructed in 1951. The Sudecum Memorial Chapel was constructed to the left side of the church in 1955, which you see in the left photo, while the education wing was constructed at the rear and to the right of the church in 1957. The Metro Historical Commission, there we go, has determined that the building is eligible to be listed in the National Register of Historic Places. So, sorry, it skipped over. In addition to this property, which is shown in yellow here, the church owns the two parcels to the south, 121 and 125 8th Avenue South, that are currently used for surface parking. So those are shown in blue. By landmarking the church, the applicant will qualify for the bonus height program's preservation option and be able to earn additional height that can then be transferred to the parking lot site, which is currently listed for sale. So it's part of a bigger goals for the church and would transfer that height away from this historic site. So in conclusion, staff suggests that the commission recommend approval of the request to apply the historic landmark overlay to 113 8th Avenue South, finding that the property meets section 17.36.120B 1 through 3 and 5 of the Code of Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County. Staff further recommends the adoption of the existing historic landmark design guidelines to apply to the property, finding that those are consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards.
Any questions?
Quick question.
Yeah.
How much additional development rights, like in terms of stories or height, goes, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, I mean, since we don't review, I can't speak to it like specifically, but from conversations I've had with Design Studio, it would be significant. So I think.
Jody, do you want to address? Would you mind? Thank you. I'm just curious, and we don't see many of these cases, so thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy to chime in here. So the Transfer of Development Rights program currently only exists in the downtown code, but this is the ideal situation for using this. That property, recalling off the top of my head, is zoned for 30 stories. So you're talking a 2 or 3 story historic structure. That's a lot of pressure, 27 stories of ghosted entitlements above that. And so that square footage could be transferred to the parking lots to allow greater height in that space. So pretty much a win-win, I think, for everybody involved, certainly for historic preservation.
Anyone else? Is the applicant here? Please come forward. And just as a reminder, the applicant has 10 minutes to speak, and you can save 2 minutes for that rebuttal of public comment.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Travis Meyer. I'm the senior pastor at First Evangelical Lutheran Church, and I just appreciate your time this afternoon for consideration of this historic overlay. I've been the pastor here for 4.5 years, and this church is the third in a series of buildings that this congregation has built since it was founded in 1859, and I wanted that legacy to be protected on behalf of the congregation, and so this most recent building, even though it's from the 50s, is a significant piece, I believe, of Nashville's history as this congregation has developed and been present in downtown. So first and foremost, it's about protecting the legacy of the congregation. And so I appreciate this opportunity. And the bonus height was just a happy coincidence when we started looking into this process and realized what we actually had at our fingertips.
Thank you. And then I will open public hearing. For anyone in the audience wishing to speak, each member of the public has 2 minutes to speak unless you represent an organization and requested 5 minutes in advance of this meeting. When you address the commission, please state your name, location, neighborhood. You don't have to provide your exact address. And thank all of you who come to speak. As another matter of housekeeping, we always try to keep a very professional hearing, so there should be no outbursts or clapping, and I want everyone to be able to speak. We value your opinion, and we want to hear your opinion. So I will close public comment. Commissioners?
Seems like a great win-win project and fully support it. So unless there's any other comment, I'll make a motion. No. On 113 8th Avenue South, I move for approval of the staff recommendation.
I have a motion from Commissioner Price. Do I hear a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Cotton. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? And that motion carries. So the next item on the agenda would be item number 10, 132 2nd Avenue North.
The building located at 132 2nd Avenue North is a circa 1890 commercial building that contributes to the historic character of the 2nd Avenue Historic Preservation Zoning Overlay. The property is located on the east side of 2nd Avenue and goes through to 1st Avenue. The building is 3 stories tall on the 2nd Avenue side and has an exposed basement level on 1st Avenue due to that change in grade. So this application is to construct a 1-story rooftop addition and includes replacement of the existing roof structure with a new roof system that extends taller than the historic building within the 30-foot step back from the 2nd Avenue facade to accommodate 2 additional floor levels within the historic building. The plans also include repair or replacement of windows on both street-facing facades. No changes to the storefront configuration or any window opening dimensions are proposed with this application. So we'll start. This is a building section of the existing building that was submitted with an application. It shows that the roof attaches below the cornice and slopes down towards 1st Avenue. The applicant proposes to construct a 1-story rooftop addition with the primary massing of that addition not exceeding the 15 feet maximum for 1-story rooftop additions. There is an additional 4 feet of height proposed for an elevator overrun, which staff finds can be appropriate since that overrun is located approximately 95 feet from both the 2nd and 1st Avenue facades. That addition is to be clad in metal siding, which meets the design guidelines and has been previously approved in these cases. The application includes removal of the existing roof and installation of a new roof that rises taller than the building within the required 30-foot step back from 2nd Avenue, while also adding 2 additional floor levels within the existing building. So effectively taking this 3-story building to 5 stories on the interior. And here you can see those new floor lines marked on the elevations. The proposed building section shows the new floor levels on the interior, as well as the changes to the roof within that 30-foot step back required by the design guidelines. While the interior changes are not typically reviewed in historic overlays, Section 2 and GP of the guidelines states that the interior changes that affect the exterior appearance of upper facades, including lowering ceiling heights or raising floor levels, should be avoided. Staff finds that this guideline applies since the changes to the floor plates are driving those changes to the roof. For buildings on the east side of 2nd Avenue North with frontage on both 2nd and 1st, it's common that we see this roof that slopes down from 2nd to 1st. And in those cases, the commission has approved leveling out of the roof to provide a base to construct that rooftop addition. However, in those cases where the roof attached to 2nd Avenue facade remained unchanged, in this case, the existing roof attaches just below the cornice, which you see here on the image in the left. The applicant proposes to attach the new roof nearly flush with the cornice and in a spot that would attach approximately 15 to 16 inches higher than the existing attachment. And the new roof will rise taller than the parapet within 3 feet of the front facade, as seen in the middle image. The purpose of the location and pitch of the roof is twofold. The first is installation of a skylight to provide light to that 5th level, and also to create additional height to accommodate the added floor levels on the interior. Staff finds that this portion of the addition does not meet the design guidelines since the work would occur within that 30-foot step back required for rooftop additions. The diagrammatic section shows the skylight will not be visible from across the street. However, the design guidelines does not include that as a criteria when considering step backs for single-story rooftop additions like it would for the justification for a 2nd story on a rooftop addition. The 30-foot step back helps the rooftop addition achieve compatibility with the historic building by speaking to preservation goals for differentiation between the historic structure and the new construction, as well as the ability to remove that new construction so that if the addition were removed in the future, the form and integrity of the historic building remains. So those themes, those preservation themes, we see woven in all of the design guidelines for all historic overlays. And tie back to the Secretary of Interior standards for treatment of historic properties, which are required to be the basis for our design guidelines. And further, they're listed in the design guidelines in section 1B. The alteration of the floor levels with the introduction of the 2 new floor levels may also impact the appearance of the building as viewed from the exterior, since the new floor lines will intersect with those existing window openings. The applicant proposes to mitigate these impacts by tying the new floor plate into the muttons on the interior, integrating drape pockets, and then installing interior drapes. The application also includes what appears to be repair or replacement of windows. I believe they prefer to repair them. Most of the windows currently do not have glass, and many of them have muttons that were destroyed where they were present before the blast. Photographic evidence shows that the windows on both facades were either replaced or altered previously. So this is the 2nd Avenue facade. These photos show the windows in 1970, 2019, and with the current proposal, in 1970, the upper level windows were all 4/4, while the windows in 2019 were 1/1. So clearly, they've been altered. So staff finds that the proposed changes to likely be appropriate. Similar changes are seen with the upper levels on the First Avenue side with the 2007 and 2017 photos. In this case, too, the applicant proposes to go back to the earliest iteration that we see here. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of the proposed rooftop addition and alterations to the window openings or the windows with the following conditions. All new rooftop construction shall be set back a minimum of 30 feet from the 2nd Avenue facade. The new roof shall tie in at the same location as the existing roof and continue perpendicular to the 2nd Avenue facade to create a flat base for the rooftop addition. And finally, the final selections of materials for windows, doors, roof, skylight, if approved, and deck shall be approved prior to purchase and installation. And with those conditions, staff finds that the project would meet the 2nd Avenue design guidelines. So,
Thank you.
yes.
Is the applicant here?
Melissa, I've got a clarifying question.
Yeah,
Just
absolutely.
one, or I hope quick one. So the 70 and 90, I can't remember the dates of the 2 pictures. While different windows share, they appear to share a commonality in that they are operable, and it's a, it operates like a window, and it's I can't tell from the drawings, I'm sure the applicant can speak to this, whether the application is to do 8 divided lights or to do an actual window that appears to be, or perhaps operates as, a double hung sash window would operate. Has that been at all discussed, or do you know?
It's not been deeply discussed.
Sure.
Like, this portion was included just because it looked like there were changes to the window and wanted to get that before you. So usually that would be reviewed when we're looking at the details of the actual windows that are proposed.
In the past, I don't know the answer to this, but in the past, I don't know what we have permitted or allowed in terms of an application there, but tying into muttons and doing those kinds of things in the proposal certainly would be, I guess, germane to part of the discussion for sure. All right, thanks.
Any other questions for Melissa? Then we'll hear from the applicant.
You think I'd have that down by now, right? They will appear as double hung windows, and so from the outside, the facades will appear as they originally did, both on Second Avenue and on First Avenue. So in materials, in all aspects, from the sidewalk to the parapet, it will, on both First and Second Avenue, be repaired back to its original condition. Which I've got to say, on Second Avenue is exciting to hear because we still have a lot of empty buildings, 5 years since the bombing. And we've lost some of those buildings completely, that we still hope to see some new construction come in there. So we agree with staff in almost all aspects of their analysis, with the exception of how the roof line rises after it leaves the front facade on Second Avenue. It in no way impacts the front facade. The elevation to put in the skylight in no way affects the front facade. And so it is a little confusing when staff relies on a statement that says, I'll get into it here. I'll find it in a minute. They said that the whole basis of denying that is because you're not allowed to impact the front facade. Nothing we're doing impacts the front facade of this building at all. The roof line slightly raises and then for the skylight, and then goes straight across the roof line all the way to First Avenue. That is a condition that y'all have approved before in these historic buildings downtown where you have a flat roof. The distinction is this rise that happens after it leaves that front facade and starts to go back. It does have that skylight in it. We've looked at the design, and one of the other issues that they have is that the balcony area comes forward. It is closer than 30 feet from Second Avenue. And that is something that the historic and this body has normally said, no, you need to be back 30 feet. And so we certainly are willing to change that portion of our design and push that front area back to 30 feet so that there's nothing going vertical from the roof sooner than those 30 feet. We still do want that rise that allows for the skylight and for the other changes. But this area has also been, this portion of Second Avenue has also adopted a change to the guideline that allows 2 stories. And y'all have, here recently, approved those changes. This isn't rising above that height limitation. It stays within that height limitation. Again, the only thing that we are fundamentally disagreeing on is how that roof line rises as it leaves the facade and starts to taper back. I don't know if the commission has any other questions, but
I'll have a question.
Yes.
The other, what I'm hearing from the staff report, the other major objection is the introduction of new floor levels that intersect with existing windows, which is specifically called out in the guidelines as something not to do. Do you have a statement or thoughts on that?
I don't think that the guidelines speak to anything in the interior of the building.
For Second Avenue, though, they do. And it was called out in the staff report. In terms of floor and ceiling heights that are visible from the outside.
Yeah, I am unfamiliar with the section you're talking about. The guidelines, and in every application of the guidelines, both through the Department of Interior, right up to our own historic guidelines and the authority both for historic and the commission, it ends at the threshold of those buildings. It is not supposed to be any part of the interior. It is not supposed to regulate any portion of the interior. Maybe that's something for you to ask the legal department, but there's nothing in the guidelines that say that the historic department or the historic zoning commission has authority over the interior of buildings.
Normally, you're correct. In this case, and maybe we can get into it in discussion, but I will just quote from the Second Avenue guidelines. It says, interior changes that affect exterior appearance, including lowering ceiling heights or raising floor levels, should be avoided. So normally, we don't have any authority over that. But in this case, for Second Avenue, it's something that we're going to need to discuss.
Well, and I believe what that's talking about is whether it changes the exterior of the building. And nothing in this changes the exterior of the building. We're not proposing to change the exterior of the building. That's what that section speaks to. And it can only speak to that because it doesn't have authority beyond the window sill, the door, threshold, or anything beyond that. Now, if you raise the floor and you change the overall height of the building, or you start to change the window heights and the exterior, then absolutely, that's exactly what that speaks to. You cannot do that. I can't raise the top floor so that suddenly the parapet is 5 more feet taller, or lower the retail space at the ground floor so that suddenly, instead of having 18 or 15 or whatever that is, that suddenly that's lower. You cannot change the building to impact the exterior.
Would you mind reading that again, Commissioner Price? I'm sorry, but
Sure.
if you don't mind.
This is from the Rehab Section 2 General Principles. Interior changes that affect exterior appearance, including lowering ceiling heights or raising floor levels, should be avoided. And I think what that is getting at, and what may apply in this case, is that it would change the appearance of the building in terms of what's visible behind the windows. And I think the applicant is aware of that because they have offered to mitigate it through certain factors. So they know that there's going to be an appearance change. It's not spelled out with a paragraph, but there is a sentence here that we're going to need to figure out how it applies in this case.
Any more questions for the applicant?
Yes, I have some probably awfully technical questions, and related to intersecting at Mullins, and there are constructability questions related to the parapet and a skylight, and then intersecting at Mullins. I don't know this backwards and forwards, but I think I know enough that when the fire marshal takes a look at this, and you've got your fire barriers, floor-to-floor fire barriers that you've got to take into account, and how that I know that can be very difficult, that certainly when you introduce glazing, that, I don't know if there's how custom that is or how much the fire marshal might have to say that, but once this body approves something, if they do, and then it moves to that, it's possible we could get a different result. I don't know that it is. Is it stuffing some fire safing in there, or, some unique product that I may not be aware of? I think coming into a mullion is a tenuous connection for that fire, the spread of fire to happen that could result in a detail that would be maybe more visible than we might think, or that at the initiation of the project that might happen. So there may be a great answer to that, and I'm open to it. I'm just not, I don't have enough experience in that from the architectural background to say, oh yeah, that'll work. The other part, or the other question I have is, with the skylight and its current configuration, and granted, we're not reviewing construction documents here, so noted. And we don't want to get so far down the road where you spend $200,000 in architectural fees and find out you're not going to get approval at the Historic Zoning Commission, or leave that into question. That people aren't in the business of doing that. But as we're sloping water on the skylight back towards the parapet, and just structurally how we're doing that and introducing water potentially, haven't seen the details, but I feel like in this case, if that is something that we want to consider, introducing water that currently is moving away from that cornice and brick that's 100 plus years old and really buttery when you introduce water to it. That's a technical term, but it certainly can be compromised much more easily than sort of today's construction would be, and flashing and all the types of things that you would have to do. I've got concern of introducing water that has to find a place to go towards the front of the building in that configuration. Through design, I'm sure those kinds of things can be solved, but in the current, I would be hesitant without some addressing of that specifically to something that could become an issue with the facade in I guess what I would say is an unusual circumstance that we've dealt with before. I would want some assurance of how we're going to, in concept, deal with that and prevent that from occurring that would deteriorate the facade.
If we could, excuse me just a minute, if we could we pull up that last sheet of the construction documents, just to kind of give you an idea in kind of to defer to what Commissioner Price and Commissioner Mosley are talking about. It kind of gives you what I'm looking at here in the wall sections.
Well,
That one,
Commissioner Mosley,
yeah.
I cannot tell you how excited I am to say that there's someone else here who's going to answer that question.
If you could just state your name, please.
Yes, Jesse Wilmoth. I'm the architect with Smith G Studio. All right, so two quick ones, right? First, I think it would be appropriate. Oh, am I on? Am I muted?
I'm just
Okay.
like manning the clock.
It's probably appropriate to have historic review the details when we get to that point. So I would say throw that in as a caveat, but let's talk skylight first. I think the best way to pull this off is actually to not have the skylight run right up to the face, but to extrude it out a little bit with a hard roof and then essentially TPO that out and internal drain it. If we can get it to that trough, then we can kind of pull it to one direction. We're already doing that for another thing. So I think it's gonna be relatively contiguous, I guess, to run that waterproofing over. And so I think we've got a good approach to that. It's gonna have to move left to right. So laterally, you can't really see that in this, but laterally it'll slope, come inside, and then drop down. Right in front of a window, most likely. Sorry. Then I think the other thing was integration into the facade. So, right, this is not traditionally how you would approach a facade, with one exception: curtain walls. Every curtain wall in the city uses this approach, right? It's basically a relatively simple escutcheon of whatever thickness you determine. Now, usually you see it vertically oriented. In fact, we did this at the Worthington Warehouse, which is the historic building there, where we kind of just butt into the vertical piece of the mullion to do our separation of tenants. In this case, they make the exact same product, but it integrates horizontally. It gives us the ability to go down like this. Now, granted, are we gonna have a discussion with fire about what happens if the fire down here happens up here? But the upside of this is that we're heavily sprinkled, right? Because it's R1. And so I think it's going to be a relative, we've had a really good conversation with them thus far. And so I think we've got great approaches to both of those and specific products. If there is some sort of pushback from the city in that fire review in particular, I think we would definitely want to come back and talk about that because we don't want bulk behind that. We know we've got this much mullion to work with. So I think we've got good solutions to those. I will note that you see that occurring in two specific locations. That's on the 1, 2, the second floor, not including the basement. So we're trying to avoid that as often as possible as well, because I don't like how it integrates, but I think it's the best way to do it within the floor plate discussion. Good? Anything?
Yes, the question answered. So, and at 2, the proposal is to introduce it at the top-bottom sash intersection there. Is that where that occurs?
Yeah, that's where it is in this. The arch is actually making it look like we're not at the center, but we are actually at the center. And remember, the offset in floors is somewhat driven by just getting minimum clearance between floors here, right? We're kind of pushing 5 floors into 4.5 essentially. And so that's where that shift up occurs, but it's actually hitting at the mullion. If you looked at that detail we called out, we kind of tried to make a better blow above it.
Got it. Yeah, as you figure out the top floor, so what's your floor to, my eyes aren't that good, even on paper. Floor to floor.
Yeah.
So if we start to smush the top of the, sorry, everyone, I'm geeking out over this. When you basically were creating a gutter, for an internal gutter.
Right.
The front of it gets really tight, but I guess there's not a window to worry about, so it could be that are we proposing that, maybe it's a really deep, dust shelf and that there's things that are there, since there's no window on the street in this proposal and adding that at the top floor, is that?
The top floor, yeah. So fundamentally what we're limited, I should add that we are limited in height for another reason. It has everything to do with structure, right? Mm-hmm. If we go beyond that parapet, the wind loads and the lateral and all that get much more complicated. I'm not a structural engineer. However, in order to get enough head height at the top, that's what pushes that angle up. What I'm showing there is actually thicker than what we'll use. Imagine sort of what you see in Paris, where you see those angled skylights that are not more than 4 to 5 inches. So we actually have a lot of room to play with there. The integration, where it hits the parapet itself, the intent there would not be to get into, I guess, the actual parapet extrusion. It would be at the actual wall height. So it's a little misleading in that it's much thicker than what we're proposing. Okay. I think that answers what you're asking.
And all your egress and your R1 is just out the stair. There's nobody's gonna be trying to crawl out these windows or get rescued from these windows or anything like that.
No. In fact, if we were R2, we could only do 1 stair, which is another fun fact. No, we have to do 2 stairs. It's R1. They don't know where they're going naturally, and so we kick them out the front. We kick them out the back. None of these windows are operable, but you're also not required operable windows. Technically, you're not required windows, which is a whole other discussion. But
insurance-wise as well.
Right.
Yeah. Sure. Great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any more questions for the applicant? Open public hearing. Close public hearing, commissioners? Anyone?
I guess I have a quick question for Melissa. So on page 5 of our report, the booklet, you do call out the new levels situation. Like second paragraph after the diagram. While talking about it not meeting staff finds this project does not meet design guidelines for those for that specific situation of the interior floor changes. I'm just curious, I mean, when I was reading this earlier, I guess that one didn't stick out to me at the moment, just because it wasn't then in the recommendation summary. Was there just
Right.
discussing thoughts on that or
And I
conflicting
think
opinions on that?
If you look at the wording, it's that staff finds that the changes to the floor plates are inappropriate. Since those interior changes result in the need to raise the roof higher than the original structure and to install that skylight within the step back. So that step back's for the addition. So the skylight is new construction on this building, so it would be considered an addition.
Got it, thank you.
As you could probably tell from my questions, I think it's an important thing we need to discuss, because the way I read that guideline and knowing what I do about historic preservation and best practices across the country, it was included in the guidelines to prevent doing what this project is proposing to do, which is to demolish the entire building except for and leave the facades and build an entirely new building inside it, in a way that I would argue does affect the exterior appearance. Because right now when you're looking at the building, you see through the windows, which are voids in the facade, into interior rooms. And what this will do is now have a floor that meets in the middle, bisects the window opening, and will be covered up with drapes or whatever, basically making a Halloween mask on top of on either end of the historic building. It's not really historic preservation, in my opinion, and it's why the Second Avenue guidelines included that language. So it also leads to complications on this roof addition that Melissa's discussing that encroaches on the 30-foot setback. And in general, I mean, I support rooftop additions for Second Avenue, 1-story, 2-story. I think it's important, and that's why I supported the revision of the guidelines last year or whatever, to help make these rehabs of these buildings, especially after the bombing, more economically viable, give property owners what they need to bring the buildings back to life. But to me, this facadomy, kind of, which is what it's often referred to, should be a last resort for a building that has no other options. And I just don't think I don't think that's the case here. So for me as an individual commissioner and preservationist, I think it's important to maintain not only the new guidelines allowing rooftop additions, but also not altering the exterior appearance by changing how the buildings look from the outside, which this would do through the window alterations.
Mr. Sloan, could you go through the 3 recommendations that the staff recommended and tell me, are you against one of them? Are you for them? Or I got a little confused.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity to address that, Commissioner. And so the number one, we agree with staff that the vertical, and by vertical we mean after the realignment of the skyline, the skylight, that from there shouldn't be anything vertical within 30 feet of Second Avenue. Yes.
Could you put your drawing that shows the view from Second Avenue, that one right there?
Yes. And
The skyline that you're talking about is that on the left-hand side of the building, and it has that little box there?
yes, Commissioner, it is over, you see at the very top of the building, an angled roof line, and that's where the skylight is. So on the far left side of this cross section, you see a slight angle, and I think it rises, what did y'all say, 3 feet?
About there.
About 3 feet.
Okay.
It rises about 3 feet to create the angle for the skylight.
Okay.
And
All
so,
right, thank you.
And then if you will see right now where they have a little image of a person standing there, that is not 30 feet back. And the guidelines call for anything that's above the parapet to be 30 feet from Second Avenue, from the.
And you're
from-
okay with that, with moving that skylight is that box right there
Yes, ma'am.
back? So
the
it's not
pool-
in the direct line of sight?
Correct, so that
Okay.
nothing is vertical any sooner from the roof line, from the new roof line, any sooner than 30 feet back.
Okay, so you will not see that
No,
from that red
you
line
would
looking up?
not-
That's gonna go back? That's-
Correct, what's underneath that red line, that area, that wall there, well, it's not really a wall, but that line right there would go back 30 feet. So
Okay.
that there would be no outdoor area within 30 feet
Okay.
of that.
All right, thank
Um,
you.
Okay,
So the amenity roof is dramatically reduced.
yes, ma'am.
Right, okay.
Yeah, yes, I meant, that reduces it on the Second Avenue side.
Okay, that clears up that
Okay,
question.
yeah, so that's number one.
All right,
If we can go back to the, so this is really the crux of it, right? Is number two. And that instead of, and I think as staff has pointed out, roof lines have been adjusted on other projects. We're asking for that roof line, it's still well below the parapet, but that the roof line be able to rise those 3 feet and then go vertical across the building, rather than immediately going vertical across. So where the one additional floor would be, would now sit 3 feet above where the existing roof line is. Because you've got
you
that.
still won't be, it'll still have a
It still
30-foot
It still
step
will not
back.
be visible.
You'll have a
from-
30-foot step back and all that.
Yes,
right?
Commissioner,
Okay,
that,
okay,
it would still have to do all of that.
okay,
And then we completely agree with number three.
okay.
We intend on putting in all the materials that the staff.
So
suggest.
basically, you agree with the recommendations?
We do
Staff
with the
recommendations.
one issue of the 3-foot rise on the roof line. That is the one piece of the recommendation that we're asking
And that
for
3
modification.
foot allows you to have another floor,
Interior, it does.
interior.
And we looked at what the commission has already approved. Previously, in August of this past year, we were in front of this commission, and y'all approved a 2-story addition. When we talked with the engineers about what's it going to take to be able to support what's there now, to stabilize what's there now, add 2 stories to it, it became cost prohibitive.
Right.
And then that's why we had to take the 2nd story off, drop that, and then come up with this design.
Okay, well, it's an interesting plan. It's, you know, yeah.
I have a quick question. You said, let's go back just a little bit. You said when we talked to the engineers about stabilizing what was there, it was cost prohibitive? Say that part
So,
again.
yes, so to be able to go in and stabilize the floors at where they are today, and then add the 2 stories on the top, that was approved in the previous submission, yes, the engineering of that, it was cost prohibitive to be able to build it that way.
There, maybe I just didn't catch it in here. Is there a structural report in here?
I don't think that we submitted a structural.
You didn't
report.
submit that? Okay,
We have not received that information.
okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I think I may have heard this in different ways, I guess. I think the staff, as the skylight rises above the parapet, would we look at that as, that's the addition of a floor because it gets above? And so then, if the answer to that is yes, and Commissioner Mayhall, you asked a question that, and I didn't get confused in there, but there's a distinction that I wanted to make, and perhaps the applicant may or may not have looked at this, but the guidelines say in the first 30 feet, no. So if the skylight, and I'm not saying it should be, but I think one line of argument could be, well, we're rising above, and so it's an addition. Even though it's not like up 12 feet addition, it's, how do we parse this out is sort of where I'm going with this. Well, if you move that back 30 feet, would we then have objection to to a horizontal skylight in something that was back? Would it be viewed differently in how you find your way through the guidelines? Is a question I'm asking. I don't know if that's yes, good, bad, or indifferent. It doesn't entirely, it certainly doesn't address, it addresses the item number 2 with 30 feet. It doesn't address, your sort of the facade-omy that you're doing with the intersecting at the mullions. So I guess I'm just chasing this one item, trying to chase it all the way through in terms of how the commission views that. If we see it in the same way as the staff, maybe that's a waste of time if we consider that changing the floor levels to meet the middle of a window is just a non-starter. That is part of the discussion, but certainly is not addressed by.
Right,
my
I mean,
read on
if
it.
you simplify it, you're taking a 3-story building and by squeezing out a skylight, you're turning it into a 5-story building. Right?
Right.
Yeah, so.
And then, but I'm a universalist of thought, typically. So taking a 3-story building, and unless you could figure out a way with the window openings to, like, what's the Malkovich movie, where like you jam, like, that won't work. I don't think that'll work, but, like you couldn't, what we're saying then is you can't do 5, but then you also couldn't do 4 because the floors just wouldn't work out. And I think as the applicant stated, it was like 3++, and it just gets wind load. I mean, I think I understand, haven't seen it, but I think I understand how wind loads and some of the other things that would need to happen, would happen here. So that can't be, I don't think any manner of engineering a skylight or positioning it on the roof can adjust, the objection that's been stated. But I did want to maybe try to draw another line of interpretation between a 2-story addition and some of the comments the staff has about placement of skylight and what constitutes an addition or not.
I think to get to somewhat address your question, is that they've agreed to change, it's very muddy, but they've offered to change, to push things back, but in order for me to really know what that means, I would need to see a revised drawing, because I don't get it.
Well, can I follow your line of thought for a second to try and seek some clarity? So if we went with number 2 as proposed, then there's no way they're getting the 5 interior stories out of it, correct? Right.
Because the 5 interior stories are what's driving those.
Correct. That was where I was wanting to get. Okay. Thanks. And I do agree with Commissioner Price. I mean, I do think because of these modifications, because of the addition in the guidelines, this is certainly within our purview at this point. It's why it was put in there. So I do agree with that.
Couple of questions. Is the skylight, excuse me, is the skylight in the new roof line below the parapet or above? Yeah.
No. So this is kind of why we looked at this detail. The center image kind of shows where the new roof would attach. And you can see within several feet, it rises above the parapet. And then the image on the right does show that it looks like the skylight and amenity roof rise maybe 1 foot 8 inches taller than the parapet within about 16, 17 feet.
Is that a condition that you see anywhere else on Second Avenue?
No.
It's all.
Definitely not one that this commission has approved for a rooftop addition.
When it was mentioned that roof lines have been adjusted, have they been adjusted up or over the parapet or?
This sort of condition where you see the roof on Second Avenue kind of slant towards First Avenue, it is not uncommon on this stretch of Second Avenue. The commission is pretty regularly allowed kind of where it's attached to be raised and carried to First in order to construct a rooftop addition, so.
Would that put that above the parapet?
No.
Even on First Avenue?
Potentially on First Avenue,
There's a setback on First Avenue.
Right, it's less, it's 10 feet, and I think there may be one project where you allowed, the addition to kind of go up closer because it was just a parapet extension. I think that was 162nd Avenue, and it's definitely been permitted on non-contributing buildings. But there again, that's not what was presented here.
Does
Yeah.
anyone want to try to?
I have to say, I'm also uncomfortable about just having a floor in the middle of the windows. I understand, that a lot of the economics of these locations, but that's in the guidelines for a reason, and looking at the drawing sheet, you can see exactly where they're gonna cut, just, the middle of the third floor of First Avenue elevation, the middle of the second floor on the Second Avenue elevation, which is very visible from standing on the street from anywhere. I have to say, I'm just uncomfortable with that whole premise, and I won't be voting to approve that.
Is anyone willing to make a motion? Or do you?
Is this something the applicant wants to be approved as, with these conditions?
Could you make sure you've got your microphones on?
I'm sorry, is this something the applicant wants to be approved with these conditions? They rather withdraw or defer to take a look? I mean, they have an approval for something else. I didn't know if this dynamites, the basic gist and thrust of the renovation. I'm not sure that's something we ought to impose unless it's desired.
I think we could approve these conditions and they can come back.
We can.
Yeah.
Sure.
No, I think that, no,
But
they're
I mean,
they're
we're
objecting. to
here
number
at
two.
a request.
Right.
I mean,
They're objecting to number 2. The applicant is objecting, so.
I kind of get that part,
Maybe
but
I'm
I think,
misunderstanding your
I think what we have set up here is that without number 2, without a 19-inch raise behind the parapet and a new roof line, that the rechanging, the adding of a story will not work. I mean, that is our assumption. I don't know if that's theirs. It also sounds like we're contemplating adding a condition because the floor in the middle of the window, it seems like staff has accepted. I mean, that's not a condition here. And so I want to make sure before we invalidate the other approval and go with a new one, that it is something the applicant would rather walk out with a this or walk out with a no. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, just because I think I see how it's going. So, anyway, that's a question for the applicant, because I think I get behind the no number 2 or a slight raising, but I think I might be the only one, and it sounds like without that, or even with an additional condition, large part of this renovation is kind of hamstrung. So I might put it to the applicant whether or not they want to hear the motion or want to defer maybe to talk it over. That's just a thought.
Does the applicant want to weigh in on that?
I was waiting for an invitation. I don't know that we can. And the reason for that is, as I've already mentioned, in 1740, 410 powers and duties of the Historic Commission, it specifically says that you only have the authority to regulate exteriors. You do not have the authority anywhere in the powers of this board to regulate what goes on inside. I think if you ask your legal counsel, they will tell you the same thing. And for me to stand here and agree to that, then I'm waiving my client's appeal rights to this decision, and I can't do that.
I'll make With regard to 132 Second Avenue North, I move for approval of the staff recommendation with the additional condition that no altered floor heights appear visible from the exterior through the existing window openings.
I have a motion by Commissioner Price. Do I hear a second? Did you want to discuss? Okay, go ahead. I recognize Commissioner Cotton.
Right. Some thoughts on that before I vote. I agree with the recognizing staff recommendations. Do we truly need to add that caveat for legal reasons?
I did that because it is, as Commissioner Smith said, it is in the report, but was not included. It is in the report, and it states that it goes against the design guidelines, but it did not, for whatever reason, end up in the recommendations. But I see how it probably should have.
Okay. Hannah, do you want to take a crack at this?
Yeah, Lee, would you weigh in on that?
Just because I think this opens us up to an interesting.
Just the general idea of.
Yes.
So state law and the Metro Code both discuss the Historic Zoning Commission's authority to regulate exteriors. The guidelines is where the interior change comes in, but it does allow you to regulate, if you're regulating the exterior due to interior change, I do think that that complies with state law and the Metro Code, as long as it's the exterior appearance. You're not regulating the interior or what happens inside. You're regulating the exterior. Correct.
We're regulating the exterior appearance.
Right, which in my opinion includes the view through the windows, because you can see the window.
Well, I mean,
How do
it
you
is,
mean?
but I'm just saying from.
Okay, I will,
Well, no,
Motion.
I mean, no. I'm happy to continue to discuss it a little bit, but I don't think I think we're well within our purview to do it without it. And because of the extension of the height of the roof.
Because of what?
The height of the roof.
Maintaining the recommendations and conditions as is sort of takes care of the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So I'll grant you that and revise my motion.
Do you mind restating it?
Sure. With regard to 132 Second Avenue North, I move for approval of the staff recommendation with conditions, the existing conditions listed.
I have a motion by Commissioner Price. Do I have a second? Second. A second by Commissioner Mayhaw. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? That motion carries. Okay, the next item on our agenda is number 11, 849 West Eastland.
That was approved on consent. Sorry, are you doing it too?
I didn't hear a thing.
Okay. Next up is 1216 Holly Street. This is an application for an outbuilding at 1216 Holly, the former site of the East End Methodist Church. This thing is jumpy.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I have next on my agenda as 849 West Eastland.
Yes,
Am I
that
right?
one was added to consent.
Oh, it's on
It was-
consent.
Yeah,
I'm
it
so
was a
sorry.
mistake and got moved back to consent.
Sorry.
Yes, that
Yes.
one's been approved. Yep, so we're moving on, and this keeps jumping. Are you pushing buttons? What is happening? Okay, this is what I want you to see. All right, so this is the former site of the East End Methodist Church. The commission has approved an infill structure for this lot, and staff has issued a permit for an outbuilding. What on earth? This is like a sticky button or something. Okay. I don't know what's happening here. Thank you. All right. The guidelines specify that certain projects may not require a preservation permit, including garden or play structures that do not have a permanent foundation, do not have sides, and are less than 200 square feet. The proposed structure does not meet these requirements, as it has a partial side wall and is not less than 200 square feet. Moreover, the foundation is permanent. Because of grade, the foundation includes a full basement level with accessible storage underneath. It is much more substantial than a slab on grade. Given this, the structure needs to meet the guidelines for an outbuilding. A permit has been issued for an outbuilding on this lot. The lot is large, so the maximum outbuilding footprint is 1,000 square feet. The approved structure maxes that out at about 990 square feet, leaving 10 square feet. The proposed cabana structure has a 200 square foot footprint. With only 10 feet of allotment remaining, this pushes the outbuilding footprint to be too large for the lot. The commission has regularly upheld this 1,000 square foot limit, even on larger lots. Beyond the footprint allocation, the cabana will have a very tall foundation due to the manipulation of grade on this site. A 7-foot tall retaining wall will be constructed to level out grade for a pool deck. The guidelines allow outbuilding foundation heights to be a maximum of 1 foot above the highest point of existing grade, with the intention of preventing tall outbuildings where the grade is artificially manipulated. The proposed foundation height here is 7 feet above the existing grade. This cabana will sit on top of the retaining wall and will be structurally a part of it. A small pergola that is less than 200 square feet, does not have a permanent foundation, and does not have any walls could be appropriate on this pool deck level and would not need MHCC review. But the application as presented does not meet the guidelines. Staff finds that the proposed structure does not meet section 2D for garden structures since the structure has a permanent foundation and a partial side wall. Staff recommends disapproval of the proposed outbuilding, finding that the proposed outbuilding does not meet section 7B1 for footprint or 7B3 for foundation height. That's our recommendation. I know the applicant is here and would like to speak. Do you have questions for me first? It's a little bit weird and complicated. Okay.
Thank you. Applicant?
Good afternoon, Michael Ward, Allard Road Architects. Thanks, Jenny. This is a large piece of property. We've already got the house and the outbuilding approved. And the pavilion structure we'd like to build would be under 200 square feet. That is a misnomer in terms of how it's noted on this drawing. But I think the reality is this is a very steep site. You're probably all quite familiar with it. The pool level sits several feet below the house. The yard sits several feet below the pool level, and there's really nothing we can do about that. Part of that dilemma, though, is that all the covered outdoor space is on a totally different level than the pool. So we are going to build this plinth and site wall around the pool no matter what. That's something we can do without permission, but the preference is to position the cabana on that site wall. I don't think the space underneath can be called a basement because it's not tall enough to stand in. It is just literally open space that has a door on it. It could be filled with concrete and be solid, but that seems, it's a lot of gravel to fill it up. And like I said, that's just due to the natural grade of our site. I think part of what we want to make sure we understand is what about it's not acceptable. And I've got a couple of different things that we've gotten approved in 24 that were basically outbuildings of 1,000 square feet and these structures of less than 200 square feet that were staff approved. Now these grades are very different. None of these had to be elevated and they all sit on slabs, but they are all permanent structures. It's not possible to build a 4-legged sort of pavilion. It'll blow away without being tied to the ground. So whether it's tied to the ground a foot above the ground, or in this case on those one sides is higher, we can certainly extend, the plinth all the way across and create a place that's level for it to sit on top of that, but it's still the same amount of site work. So I think the question is, if this pavilion on the opposite side of the pool, I'm not sure we'd be talking about it, but we prefer it much more on the interior of the lot than on the exterior portion of the lot. The wall there is just, sort of blocks some of the view, but also gives us some structural stability since it really is just 4 poles holding it up. And the developer's here to make comments as well. And I've got all that data on these other projects that were approved, if that's something you want to see. But they date back. If it's, I mean, I've got, can these go around or they have to? So there's the data sheet. There's 3 copies of each of these. One of them is on Cedar Lane and the other is on Beechwood.
Could you give us again what these are showing?
These are showing basically large lots, not as large as this lot, large lots that had staff-approved pavilions on them. They also had detached structures that were the same size as these.
Did these examples similarly go over the maximum allowed outbuilding square footage?
They're both all the same outbuildings, yes. One of them is 168, the other is 190, which is the same as ours. So that's the distinction.
But do they all also have 990 square foot
they
other
do.
outbuildings?
They do.
So the site plan shows a different footprint than what's on the drawings that were in the staff recommendation. And our general policy is that if you can't present new plans and just because it gets confusing, so probably won't be sending these around. The information, this is information that, and I'll leave it up to the chair. Is there another copy? There's just 2 copies here, but this is information on other projects that we've approved in the past. So I would say that's additional information if the chair agrees.
I think the other projects is okay. I'm not sure we need to see a different drawing. If
Yeah,
that's-
I didn't give her other drawing. These are just drawings on those projects, Melissa. These are the site plans for those 2 projects that are color coded. No, I didn't bring the other one. No, you're right.
It's not a new drawing for this project.
No, it's just other examples. And that's why when we submitted this, I don't think we realized that there would be an issue. Like I said, the difference is both of these projects have, the grades are actually the opposite. Houses sit low, grade goes up. Our house has to sit high by context, grade goes way down. The other thing worth noting, our lot is still significantly larger while the Beechwood property is over 18,000 square feet. Ours, we're over 19,000 square feet of site. So in terms of, we could certainly add this to the house. We could, while the outbuilding can't get any larger, there was nothing keeping us from making the house any bigger. So we just really feel like this 190 square foot, albeit short structure, shouldn't be a hindrance, like I said, on a site that's 19,180 square feet. And like I said, the foundation is just due to the fact that we've got a grade, and we've had to create plinths on different levels. There are several different levels on this site, but this is where this pavilion wants to be. To get it down at grade, it's going to be much further outside the setbacks and much further away from the house.
And maybe I can make one clarifying comment. In this set of plans that we reviewed that you saw before you, the site plan indicates that there we go. The proposed cabana is 200 square feet. Mr. Ward has contacted us saying, actually, that was incorrect. It is 190 square feet. So you're hearing different numbers here. We can't change it once we've sent this out, but I can say Mr. Ward is agreeing to make the footprint 190 versus what you're seeing here at 200. Staff still has the issues with the permanent foundation and the partial wall. So hopefully that makes it a little clearer and not murkier.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Like I said, when we put it on there, we know 200 is the max. That's what we put. The measurement from column to column is 190. Like I said, the issue being, we're already building that elevated wall there. The question is whether or not something sits on it or not. And I wouldn't call it a basement because, like I said, it's just the space needed to get from pool level down to ground. And it's either fill it up with gravel and top it off with concrete or have the ability to walk underneath it. But if you can't stand in it, if it's only 6 feet tall, I don't really think we can consider it a basement. And I've got the developer here. He can certainly add some color to this too, if you want to, Aaron.
As just a matter of housekeeping too, our clock is not working. I just noticed.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It was, the clock has stopped. So,
Oh,
but anyway,
gotcha.
yeah, if you.
Time didn't really stop, it's just
Yeah,
the clock.
right.
Got it. Yeah,
Time just stopped.
I'm clear with that.
So if you
I-
just introduce yourself.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Aaron Armstrong. I'm the developer and owner of the property. And I think Michael's already pointed this out, but if you're looking at the drawing where the cabana is, we've got a pretty significant fall on the site. And whether this cabana's there or not, that wall's not gonna go away. It's a site wall. It's not a foundation wall. We did reduce the size of what it would otherwise be to follow the outline of the cabana, because if there wasn't a cabana there, we would just extend the deck further out. As Michael said, that's within our ability to do. We kind of followed that site wall to just outline the cabana, which really creates more green and planting space on the lower level where the activity yard is below. But if, without the cabana, I just want to make sure that it's clear to the board that we're not gonna, that structure won't go away. It'll just get bigger and it'll still be a site wall. There just won't be anything sitting on top of it. As he said, we're fine to add a condition of it being less than 200 square feet, since that's already the size that it's designed to be. And yeah, with the other ones approved, I also feel like that they've been approved on where they've maxed out the data square footage on a lot less than 10,000 square feet, the 700 square foot footprint. So when you look at the total site size of ours at 19,000, over 19,000 square feet, even though we've got the data square footage, it's the same as the other ones that Michael passed around. So I don't have anything else other than, I mainly wanted to convey that the fact that it is site wall, it's a cut down door, and it's just so we don't have to backfill it all with gravel. It allows us to potentially put some pool equipment or something like that in there below by not backfilling it. But we're happy to answer any other questions.
I have one more for you, Aaron.
Yes, sir.
We take a lot of heat over outbuildings. And what's allotted per, we're going to hear more of it later on. And it's important for us to be able to be consistent. We try to be consistent. But with this one being over the maximum allowed square footage for outbuildings on the lot, is there a way to reduce the size of the larger outbuilding so that we are meeting the maximum?
There's not. No, we'd have to kind of get rid of a garage bay. We've already got that plan approved. So I don't think that the owner's preference would be to decrease the size of that. But I would, you talked about being consistent throughout. That's the same as all these that we're passing around. They're all 10,000 lots above 10,000 square feet. They're smaller than this lot, so we have less lot coverage when you add this in. But they've got outbuildings that are almost 1,000 square feet in addition to cabana structures that are similar to this. So that's, I think, what our question is has the guideline changed? Is there something different? Why is this being looked at differently than those others that have previously passed?
The ones that passed around, do they have permanent foundations and walls?
They do, yeah.
I may be able to take a stab at answering that question. So, the Belmont Hillsborough, I don't have the list of addresses in front of me, but the Belmont Hillsborough and the Hillsborough West End design guidelines contain, or used to contain, the language for the DADU legislation. And the DADU legislation allowed for other structures to be up to 200 square feet. That language was not included in the consolidated design guidelines, which is part of Lockland Springs. I don't have the list in front of me to know what those addresses were when I first looked at it. I think they maybe are all in Belmont Hillsborough and Hillsborough West End. Yeah, 1814 Beechwood and 1405 Cedar are all in. 1216 Holly is that's this one. So that could be the difference, but the older design guide, the Belmont Hillsborough and Hillsborough West End are not part of consolidated, and they included the language of the DADU ordinance.
That is very helpful because it is difficult. We have varying degrees of design guidelines, and not all neighborhoods are apples to apples. And so if those were approved under a different set of guidelines, then it doesn't really apply.
But is there not, so there's two guidelines, right? Lots over 10,000 square feet, for DADU, that get 1,000 square foot footprint. Lots under 10,000 square feet get 700 square foot footprint. Have there not been examples of lots that are less than 10,000 square feet where they've maxed out their 700 square foot footprint and still get an accessory structure like this that meets the guidelines? It seems, I know previously that 122 South 12th Street, on the other side, had an existing 900 square foot structure, and they had a large carport structure that was over that would have put it. Jenny said since then, those guidelines have changed or adapted, but if you look back at that, it was definitely approved. The current owner had another, he's now decided not to build the garage, but that owner also had a garage with an additional cabana, and they gave, my understanding was they gave him more than 200 square feet because of the size of the lot, which is still smaller than our lot previously. And I know that those guidelines change, it's just a little bit, we're unclear on if it seems to me that if you could have a 700 square foot footprint on a less than 10,000 square foot lot and still get this garden structure, then it would also be appropriate, even though we've maxed out our footprint on an over 10,000 square foot lot, because we're almost 20,000 square feet.
I can't adjust that. If it's less than 10,000 square feet, it's a 750 footprint. And you can have, if you have a 750 square foot outbuilding, we would also approve a shed or a cabana with no permanent foundation, no walls, less than 200. Well, we wouldn't approve it. We wouldn't review anything less than 200 square feet. So you could have that 750 that we reviewed and approved. And then if we saw a permit for a 150 square foot shed, say, we would just ignore it. We don't even review it if it's less than 200, doesn't have a permanent foundation, and doesn't have walls. So yes, there are gonna be examples of people who have outbuildings that are 750 and then have some sort of small accessory structure. The one that you're referring to on, is it 12th, the large house with the super large lot, they did come to us asking for a large outbuilding. They were demolishing the existing outbuilding in order to build that one. And they had a porch that was allowed through the add-ons. So that, you did approve that. I think they were given a little bit of extra porch than the add-ons exactly allow. You guys reviewed it and decided that was appropriate in that case. Then they decided not to build that at all and applied for a cabana, which met the guidelines. So they weren't adding multiple structures. They weren't exceeding that.
But it was a garage that had met their outbuilding with an attached porch on top of it. So if we attached our, I mean, this doesn't work with our site, but if we attached our 190 square foot cabana to the garage, is now it acceptable?
Our outbuildings allow for an add-on structure to your garage that could be, you could have a porch that was 6 feet deep.
Okay, so that's what it
And
was.
that would not count against your footprint.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. So I guess, but back to the point of, if it's a smaller lot, they've maxed out their data use square footage, but they still are allowed, to me, proportionally, at over 19,000 square feet, we still have a lot less lot coverage with ours. And so that's why I guess there's some confusion, especially since the other ones, now I guess I understand that those were approved at the staff level because the guidelines are different. I don't think we were aware of that. That was never brought up to us.
Yeah, and what Jenny's talking about, like garden structures, are like the things you buy at Home Depot off the shelf. They're not architect designed typically.
Yeah, but I feel like there's a lot of those in the neighborhood that have a permanent foundation, so that have not been contested, but I'll let Michael speak to that. We see them all the time. I don't think anyone's building them without.
Yeah, they have to be anchored too, typically. I mean, I guess from my perspective, would I rather have a 190 square foot Home Depot structure or something that's literally just 4 posts and a roof, which is what all these really are. I mean, they're transparent structures. They're not meant to be solid things. So that is one of the differences for sure.
Just to see if I have it right in my head. The objection is 2 things, 7B1, 7B3, 7B1 being the 1,000-foot outbuilding maximum. 7B3 being that it, is that the foundation or the wall?
Foundation height.
Okay. So just to back it up one more, or maybe just confuse it a little more. The 1,000-foot maximum, you're allowed a 200 or under 200 garden or play structure that wouldn't even be reviewed, that'd be administratively approved or not, that may not even be necessary. But the requirements for this garden or play structure is that it has no permanent foundation and it has no sidewalls.
Time's out.
That's, I mean,
We'll allow it.
they wish they had that button.
That's correct. I'll read the language
Years ago.
to you again. So this is a project that does not require a preservation permit. Garden or play structures that do not have a permanent foundation, do not have sides, and are less than 200 square feet.
Got it.
So we would not review that.
And the reason this is not a garden structure is because of the raised foundation and because it has one side wall.
That's right. We looked at this application. We felt, at the time, it said 200 square feet. So we were like, not less than 200. There is a permanent foundation, very much so, and there is a wall. So this isn't something we can ignore. Therefore, we need to look at it through our outbuilding guidelines. Then we run into the problem with the foundation height, and we're maxing out the square footage. So it's, it's kind of a what is it, where does it fit? We didn't feel like it clearly met, so we thought it was something we should bring to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly some amount of gray in that it has a large foundation, but that wall is there. I mean, it's not gonna, I guess the wall is being extended, but what they're also saying is they could extend that wall and just have that, because the pool wall is already there. I'm also unsure if well, I don't know. I would think a slab, you'd want to have some sort of slab on even a shed, but I'm not gonna. You don't have to. I know you don't. Okay, I hear you.
Again, we look at it real closely because we take a lot of heat over this from other people who oppose exceeding what the guidelines say in terms of how much square footage you're allowed. So we just have to do this. So thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And like I said, if you tell us what size you want it, and the piece of wall is just, it's just there for rigidity, because it doesn't have a lot of structural rigidity, but it could go away too, so.
All right, let me, one more. If it wasn't a foundation, if that was just part of the wall,
Well, wait, I think we should have public hearing. Yeah,
that's probably good.
yeah, sorry, yeah. Thank you. We'll get to you in just a second. So, thank you from the applicant, and I'll open public hearing. And then I'll close public hearing. Commissioners?
Do you want me to say it so you don't have to? Because I think if this were a landscaping feature, this wall, if they're building this wall as a landscaping feature, and they plunk this thing down on top of it, does that make a difference?
Yes, I think that's allowed.
If this was placed, if the pool, porch, whatnot, was extended by 10 feet and just brought all the way across, and you had just 4 posts and a roof, I don't think anyone would be here. I don't think it's necessary to be reviewed. I think that would be clearly, I mean, because
And it's under
let me
200
say this,
square
I've
feet.
got two play places that you anchor them down. I mean, they're not, it doesn't blow away in the wind. I mean, they're pretty heavy, but like, so are the kids. So I mean, I guess the question is, if this is, if you want to just ask them to go back and change the wording, literally just change the words on the plan. I mean, I think with changing the words on the plan and maybe getting rid of the sidewall.
Right. And reducing to under 200 square feet.
Well, it's already under 200 square feet.
Well, we didn't know that till we got
Yeah, I mean.
Fair, but it's up to and including 200. So 190 or 200, I feel is irrelevant, though I'm glad for the 10 feet. And I guess it does have a door for storage, but I mean, that's in the landscape. That would be in. Yeah, I mean, I think looking at this as an extension of the pool porch with a four post porte cochere is the same as what we've got here.
maybe with, if they're amenable to taking off that sidewall, or if we think that's depending on how important this body feels that sidewall is.
Yeah, but, correct me if I'm wrong, we have to rule on what we have before us, correct?
Yes, but you could make a condition that it be 190 square feet or whatever,
And no
whatever.
sidewall, we could make a
Yeah,
condition.
yeah, you
Okay.
could make that condition, you could add conditions that we,
Okay,
yes.
all right, good, thank you.
All right, I will attempt. Let me scroll, excuse me. I'd like to move that this body approves the submitted plan with the following conditions. The square footage of the covered area be 190 square feet or less. That there's no sidewall included on the roof covering.
I think that's it.
Maybe suggest adding in some standard conditions about us approving final material choices.
I didn't catch that, but I'm sure it's good.
I'm just suggesting that you can consider adding a condition about final, staff or MHCC approving final material choices.
Yeah, absolutely, that sounds like an excellent third point.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Smith. Do I hear a second?
I would like to second that motion.
And I have a second by Commissioner Price. All those in favor? Aye. Anyone opposed? Commissioner Mosley is opposed, but that motion carries, so. Next on the agenda is item number 13, 1006 Ackland Avenue.
One 1006 Ackland Avenue is a circa 1921 craftsman bungalow that contributes to the historic character of the Waverly Belmont Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The applicant is proposing an addition and an outbuilding with this application. Oh, skipping forward. Okay. So the lot here is narrow at 40 feet wide and has a depth of 150 feet. The applicant proposes to build the addition and outbuilding that meet all setbacks except for the separation between the addition and outbuilding, which is proposed to be at just 12 feet of separation, which is less than the 20 feet required by the design guidelines. Staff finds that the proposed separation in this instance is appropriate given the deep front setback of the historic house, which is about 40 feet, and reduces the amount of rear yard. In addition, the proposed addition is pretty modest in depth, as it's just 24 feet deep. And the outbuilding's footprint is under the maximum that would be permitted by the guidelines. So this is the front elevation. The addition rises 2 feet 8 inches taller than the historic house. The design guidelines state that additions can be up to 2 feet taller. Staff, however, finds that the extra 8 inches of height is appropriate in this case for a couple of reasons. So although the lot is 150 feet deep, as we saw in the site plan, the house has a relatively deep front setback at over 40 feet, which reduces that buildable area in the rear yard. In addition, the house is particularly short at approximately 16 feet from top of the floor line to the ridge. And finally, the addition has a modest footprint of about 650 square feet compared to the historic house's footprint of approximately 1,220 square feet. Also, the taller portion of the addition is located about 57 feet back from the front porch of the historic house. So taken together with that front setback, that additional height, I keep hitting this, sorry. is located approximately 100 feet behind the front property line. So that's about 2/3 of the way back in the property. So given those factors, staff finds that the additional 8 inches is are unlikely to significantly impact the addition as perceived from the street and is appropriate in this case. So while staff finds that that additional height can be appropriate, staff does not support how the roof form is tying in, which is shown as extending over the sides of the historic house's roof form. Staff finds that the proposed roof form does not meet the design guidelines, since a rear addition should be located entirely behind the historic house and not extend over the sides of the roof. So staff would recommend that the roof form be situated entirely off the sides of the historic house roof form, so that that attachment is completely at the rear. Here is the roof plan, so you can better see how the roof of the addition is tying in to the roof form of the historic house, and the proposed outbuilding, which meets all of the design guidelines. So staff would recommend approval of the proposed addition and outbuilding with these conditions. The first condition is that the addition's roof form shall be situated entirely off the sides of the historic house's roof form. The remaining conditions are about standard material conditions of approval. So with these conditions, staff would recommend approval. You have, I believe you have received public input on this case, and the applicant is here.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Melissa? Okay, the applicant.
Good afternoon, Michael Ward, Allard Ward Architects. Melissa, I thought we submitted those. Yeah, please, yeah, that, and then the next one I think is critical.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. This is a very, very difficult house to work with and a rather complicated sort of three-dimensional puzzle. I think the thing, and Melissa Harp touched on most of these things in terms of what it took to sort of make this work. Until staff was, allowed a sort of shorter distance between house and detached structure, this wasn't even conceptually plausible. So thank you for helping us very early on come up with that 12-foot setback. And as you noted, it is a very small addition. The house is it's 28 feet wide at the mass. The back wall that we have to tie to is only 26 foot 6 inches wide. And with our 2-foot insets on both sides, 22 feet is the width of the sort of rear addition on the second floor. Addition roofs pretty much always overlap the original house. I mean, everything has to touch, even the hyphen roof, they touch each other. On a typical 1.5 story, 2-story, that's a very sort of different calculus. This house, because it's short, and interestingly enough, has been dealt a bad hand, and it has a hipped roof on the back. I mean, it has a 6 and 12 hip roof on the back. So there's almost nowhere to touch it that you don't overlap it. And we looked at a couple of different options with staff, and while we're used to the 2-foot additional height, we were told 2 to 4 feet. And we played around with different options with steeper pitches, and more height. And I think we all agreed that maintaining this roof pitch was the least invasive option we could sort of present. I think this perspective helps you understand a little bit better the dilemma. Part of what you're looking at there is we've got all the roof pitches match, and the depths of the overhangs also match. If I didn't have that deep overhang, this wouldn't look nearly as bad as it does in terms of the amount of roof that overlaps. But frankly, architecturally, I think that helps tie the old and the new house together. The thing that Hunter and I ran the math on this, that the ridge of that hip from that original sort of eave up to the peak is 17 foot 4 inches. The amount that we have to wedge out to get our roof to lie there is 4 foot 1 3/8 inch. So I feel like if the goal is to be able to sort of understand the original form, unless we just sat totally behind the house separately, I'm not sure how we would be able to do it. We have to overlap some piece of it. you know, if we had a vertical wall and then a roof, that might get closer to, I think, what staff wants, but I just feel like seeing those shingles coming down is going to be a far more attractive solution than walls and eaves that you could potentially view or see from the front. So what we're really, I said, our dilemma is we've got a hipped roof with an incredibly low pitch, and the gyrations we're having to do on the inside to make all this work, I will not bother you with, but it's taking a lot. But what we really need for this 22-foot, 6-inch wide second floor, we've got to have some overlap in these roof planes to pull that off. And like I said, we're really, if you look at, I think this diagram, if the goal is to try to sort of preserve or see that original roof line, I feel like we've done it in about the most gentle way we can do it without adding some vertical walls to the mix. And we've certainly worked really hard to keep the roof lines down. And like I said, we looked at some other taller options and agreed that 8 inches was all we needed to really have, to create the roof line that we thought looked best. And like I said, we can certainly change overhangs and stuff, but I don't think that's adding anything to the house itself. The owners are here and we'll speak for a moment to give you their thoughts on it as well. And I'm certainly can answer any questions you have.
Did you have a question?
Hi, I'm Tanya Capling, and I live with my husband at 1004 Ackland Avenue and purchased 1006 Ackland Avenue from dear friends that we made during COVID. We bought right before COVID hit and made good friends with them and bought this house from them so that we can downsize from almost 3,900 square feet to about 2,200 square feet. We're a few years away from retirement. This is now the third house that we've bought in the neighborhood. I served on the Belmont Hillsborough Neighborhood Association as vice president back in the late 1999, that time period. I was vice president of our neighborhood association. I helped get historical conservation going in the neighborhood. I'm very supportive of it and would love to work within this so that it's the cutest house. It's also the smallest house on the street. And we have been going through with months with a prior architect who literally just put a box on the back of the house. And I mean, we live currently next door to it, and I kept looking out the window saying, this is ugly. It's ugly. We want something that's pretty and something that's attractive. And what Michael came up with, we just really do like, and we're excited to live there. Is there anything we need to add?
Thank you.
I brought the plans that we spent months trying to do if you're interested in what it was going to look like and what the would have been without even needing to meet with anybody about it. But if anybody's interested.
I think we're good. Commissioner Mosley, did you have a question?
I did, if the applicant doesn't have anything further. I don't want to interrupt anything. So to understand, let me make sure I'm reading roof plan and reading this right in terms of, so with the hip at the back, admittedly a challenging thing to put on. So, and the roof plan sort of confirms you're not meeting at the back of the hip. There, you know, you've done the tricks to make that work. And in order to have, you'd really have to clip that gable and raise the ridge to not have the triangular piece on as much of the roof. Is that, would you say that's an accurate statement to have it intersect the existing roof in a less of a way than it currently is?
You'd have to shove it back further. We looked at some options to clip some sides and things, and it just didn't help the aesthetics. It just complicated it. Here's an interesting thing to note, and this was what Melissa told me to do. That if you're go to that side elevation, Melissa, because Hunter's got it diagrammed there. So the bottom drawing. At the rear wall of the original house, which there's a dash line that comes up right there, the addition cannot be taller than the house. So you can see that dash line as it goes up, and Hunter and I that whole roof line is predicated on a hinge point that happens right there. And I can't change anything else. But I'm allowed to have height all the way to that point, and I think the only thing we have much freedom over is how we sort of sweep into it in terms of how much it moves. But on 1.5-story houses, these roofs overlap all the time. I mean, even on 2-story houses, depending on how we do it, there's always some amount of overlap to weave these roofs together. So I feel like in this case, it's just more of an issue because the house was so short. And if that had been a gable roof, frankly, in either direction, it would have made life easier on us, but that's not what we got. This house had a hip roof on the back. Not on any other facade, just on the back. So, we're playing more off of those gables. We're able to sort of reutilize all of those sort of slopes that were already there. But like I said, I feel like the perspective shows it. We can see that ridge coming down, I think, on both sides, and you see the interruption of that with our new roof. But if the primary goal is to sort of preserve the visual of how that ridge works, I feel like we've done that with as little bit of interruption as we can if we meet the points which we're allowed to go to in terms of rear wall and those height connections. Does that make sense?
It does, and if the dash line, let's just say, for argument's sake, and you may have looked at this, if you had a corner board, because I think on the 1.5, where that part extends over the existing roof is not, like, you're not living in that space. You might shove a box or something in there, but you're not living in that space.
It's a short knee wall. Part of what you can't say, I will say this, though. None of the heights here work with the original house.
Sure.
We've had to take the original house and turn it into a split level. Floor lines, you can see the dash line where the floor line steps. So we're having to reframe down into the foundation to literally make this roof line work. We're not going the easy way to do it. All the things you didn't like about 2nd Avenue we're doing over here. But, we're having to sort of submerge a portion of the first floor to get that down. But you're correct. That area that's in that bedroom is important, but it is not the full height of the bedroom. It's a short knee wall.
Sure.
There are a bunch of different floor lines in this drawing.
And if we pulled the end of that roof back and you sort of let the roof be what it was, you're kind of clipping that the end of that gable, and aesthetically, we're in the business of aesthetics. It's less good, in my opinion.
Well, that was, so when we played with different pitches to pull it in, it just didn't look as good.
Sure.
And like I said, if I had a 60-foot deep addition, we could move
Figure
it back.
out, sure.
But the addition's only 24 feet deep. Yeah. So there's just not a lot of room to, play with those bellows and sort of pull it further back and have anything upstairs. There are only 2 bedrooms and a bathroom in that second floor. This is going from it's only going to be a 3-bedroom house anyway. It's not like we're asking for a ton. Does that help?
It does, and I just wanted to, I thought I understand it. I needed to talk to it, and I appreciate you. Yeah, thanks.
And anything else y'all see, I'm happy to explain.
Any more questions for the applicant? Then I will open public hearing. Please come forward and state your name and address. Or you can state your location, you don't have to give the address.
I'm Sandra Shelton. I live at 1830 Wildwood in Belmont, Hillsborough. And I don't know if I really understand this correctly, but I don't know if this addition is considered a ridge rise, but the purpose of a ridge rise is to allow for condition space in the attic or to discourage large rear additions or side additions. And I just realized that 3 bedrooms is not a large house. The addition is not huge, but obviously people lived in that little house before. So if we're trying to encourage, like the guidelines say, small and medium-sized houses, why does it have to be as big as it is? And why can't you give the space that are in the guidelines between the addition and the outbuilding? So that's all.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Janine Cristiano, and I'm on Wildwood, and I also wasn't here to speak out for this particular project. And I just wanted to acknowledge one thing about the precedent that you all set when you make these exceptions. It's a cascading impact, and we heard from two council people earlier today asking you, staff and commission to work to preserve small and medium-sized houses. And, I'm so grateful for your work on the Belmont-Hillsborough guidelines. It's important work, and it should be honored and preserved. I get that this is a small house, but that's a goal. That's one of the I think the eventual results we want to preserve. So with that, I just ask you to think about the precedent you continually set when you make these decisions. And of course, it's a beautiful design, and this is a talented architect, but it's within a historic district. And you know that when you purchase a house in a historic district, and you design within a historic district. And I think that just needs to be said. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward.
My name is Elizabeth Williams. I live on Oakland Avenue, and I would like to also endorse the fact that we are very concerned about homes being built that are just way too big. And one of the things I heard mentioned in relation to this project was footprint. And I'll be talking later that I have a very strong concern about how footprint is being interpreted and being used to push through additions that really do not meet the overlay. The overlay does not discuss using footprint as a metric. It does not allow it to be used as some kind of multiplier. It doesn't allow it to be used as some kind of magic thing. And unfortunately, I can't find the reference right now, but I'm happy to find it for you later. But I dug into the Secretary of the Interior standards and some of its interpretive guidelines, and it recommends that you look at the project as a whole and to see how an addition to a historic property presents itself as a whole. And it concludes that if the project cannot be done in a way that is appropriate, I think the word it uses is programmatic. If you cannot meet the owner's programmatic needs through the proposed extension, they should look elsewhere. They should find another property. Because if the property itself does not lend itself to what they want to do, and the historic guidelines essentially say that they can't do that, then we just need to stop approving these things. Thank you.
Anyone else? And I believe we have rebuttal from the applicant. Did you reserve? You did, yes. Yes.
No. Thank you, Beth. Thanks for the comments. I think the important thing to note is none of those little tricks are available to us with this roof line. Yes, 2-foot ridge raise, that's what everybody would do. That's exactly what we would present if this were a perpendicular gable or gable parallel to the street. But we don't even really have a perpendicular gable, which doesn't really allow for a 2-foot ridge raise. What we have instead of that is a sad little 6 and 12 hip. So none of the tricks that would be at sort of our disposal to get height and volume really work on the particular roof line of this house. So we tried to come up with the most sympathetic thing we thought would sort of weave it together as best we could. Thank you.
Michael, I have a question though on that. I think an issue that's not been brought up about this though is that could you not design something within the existing guidelines if the Dadu garage were not part of this equation? You wouldn't have to go up. You could just go out.
That is what they did before. It was a basement garage, right, which meant there was no green space and no backyard.
Yeah, to me.
And you know, Metro's not giving us two parking spaces in the front of a house. I mean, we all know if we live in this neighborhood on Ackland, parking's at a premium. And I think part of the reason they started over, you know, Tanya and Curtis have hobbies and things. I mean, that garage is not going to be exclusively even used for parking. But before we ever began the process, we started with Melissa to find out if that was possible because that was something that they asked me for. So yes, you are correct. If we didn't care about where we were going to park in that additional space, we could have done a larger one-story addition. That's true. But we would have been, in that neighborhood, we might have been sort of left with that single parking out in the front.
Right.
We
And
could have gone to the 20-foot rear setback.
I say that because we're not entitled to two-car garages in historic neighborhoods. I live in one, I don't have a garage, I have to park on the street. It's just reality, day-to-day reality for a lot of houses. And I just feel like it needs to be said that, I mean, something could be designed and we wouldn't be worried about encroaching on a historic roof line if the dadu was not where it is, so.
And had staff not been willing to allow us a 12-foot separation, we wouldn't be talking about a garage here either.
Right.
It's the only reason we brought you the design we brought you today. Because if they had shot that down out of the gate, we wouldn't be here. But they didn't. They gave us that option, and the client really wanted some covered parking and some covered hobby space in the back.
So I've closed public hearing, and we have heard a rebuttal from the applicant, so now it's up for discussion among the commissioners.
I do want to say something at the outset of this discussion. As someone who lives in a historic neighborhood and has to live by the guidelines as well, just to make that clear, if every case was black and white, we wouldn't need a commission. So that's the first thing. So we do have to take a lot of things into consideration when we're making these decisions. And one of them, of course, is the guidelines themselves, but they're guidelines. They're not black and white rules. And our job is to interpret them. And that's why we get attacked on Twitter. But, you know, I just wanted to say that, like, we don't, this is difficult material we wrestle with. And so there are differences between properties. Every house is unique in different ways. So when folks come to us, you know, that's our job. So I don't know. For some reason, I just felt compelled to say that in this meeting. And yeah, and part of that wrestling is, it's really easy to look at a project sometimes and say this does not meet the guidelines. But I also think part of what we have to think about is, do we really want the project that does meet the guidelines sitting on this property? I live in a historic neighborhood, and there's a lot of really ugly, massive structures that meet the guidelines. So I just think we always have to think about that too. Or that's what's in the back of my mind. I don't know what's in the back of everybody else's mind. But I see these houses that, because there's no dadu, they're constructed all the way back to the alley, massing-wise. There's no yard. But it's what the guidelines allow, so. Just something to think about when we're tossing these around. So on this one, I haven't made up my mind, but I'm working on it. I think I understand, I mean, I'm not an architect, but I listen carefully to the dilemmas of roof lines and try and understand. And I understand the dilemma this one possesses. So I'm going to listen to a couple of my architect friends speak on this, I think, and then go from there. Not to put my architect friends on the hot seat.
Anyone else?
I think staff was right to note this and bring it for us, but I'll second the opening statement, which is that, you know, we're here, when it obviously meets the guidelines, it's administratively approved. I mean, it's 45 got approved this month that we didn't see, we're never gonna see, and gonna go right on. When it obviously doesn't meet the guidelines, unless they really want, you know, grounds for appeal, we don't see that either. So we see the middle fun cases. I think I can get over the roof line for the same reason that we have the slightly raised height, and that it's 100 feet into the lot. I can't imagine it's going to be visible, and if it is, it's in keeping with kind of the original form. I am trying to be more knowledgeable about preservation. I've taken a couple of the online offerings that get sent to us on occasion. And I think it is an interesting tie-in where you have a new and old and not trying to camouflage or disguise the new as the old, but that trying to keep in the same form or function. And I think the other option that I'm looking at, which seems like a lot of the neighbors in the neighborhood has chosen to do, is a massive addition on the back and then pavement up to the alley. And I don't think they have to come to us for it. I would question whether or not that's really going to be in keeping with the historic neighborhood character that people want to preserve here. I don't think that 2,200 square feet is some sort of monstrosity large home. I think that's a very reasonably sized, medium, missing middle home that we need in this city. And that 800 square feet is a great apartment, but it's tough to live in once you've had some life. I think for the same reasons that we kind of seem to give a little leeway on the separation and the height, the roof line is not something that tears me all to pieces. But again, I'm not an architect either, but it seems like if you just cut it off there, it would be a less attractive building. And I know that attractiveness is not exactly what we adjudicate here. But I think it's in keeping more with the spirit of the guidelines than trying to just chop it up and butcher it, or nuking it altogether and having a twice as big outbuilding or addition just going straight out the back and swamping the lot. So that's sort of my thoughts on it, and I want to hear more from our technical or anyone with an opinion.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments, and I get it, with it being a small house and push back on the lot. One thing, though, that gives me pause is the wrapping of the roof line. That's one thing in my, I think, 8 years on the commission that I don't remember ever approving, and it's in the guidelines not to, because it opens, I think every neighborhood, all of the consolidated and previously said that additions that wrap around existing roof lines or existing historic homes are not appropriate. It needs to be tucked behind. And I understand the technical challenges here, but I also think a one-story addition that goes out the back of the hip, maybe that means the dadu doesn't get built, but, or the garage. But it's a line that we're being asked to cross that I don't think this commission, I can remember cases, one in my neighborhood, that we denied it for this very reason. So again, we're constantly wrestling with consistency and trying to compromise with homeowners, property owners. This is one that the commission's been clear on in the past that we don't do. So that's my concern.
Could you explain the wrapping of the roof thing just a little bit for those of us who maybe aren't as,
I think it's been in our guidelines, it's in guidelines all over the country that are based on the Secretary standards that that the historic roof line or historic building, that an addition should not wrap around it.
I see what you mean.
Yeah, it should be behind the existing house and roof line. Now we have created a compromise where we allow additional height in the back. So there is room for applicants, property owners, to get additional height. I mean, there's always compromise in these situations. It's a conservation overlay, focus on conservation. We're looking to conserve the overall feel and historic pattern of the neighborhood. So I don't have an answer for how to fix the design, but it's one that, like like I said, I remember how we've consistently upheld it in the past.
Anyone else want to weigh in? Or would you care to craft a motion?
As I said earlier, I think aesthetically, I appreciate and applaud aesthetically, you know, the care that was given to this addition, which is modest. Again, matters of opinion there. Aesthetically, clipping that roof line so that it doesn't wrap around just abbreviates the gable, the side-facing gable that we're looking at, and it just that seems less good to me. But like that's not written in the guidelines, so I want to honor and respect, you know, what we've done in the past and not be you know, not have to weasel our way around something that's proposed like this in the future that might not be on such a small house and might not, or a more modest, a smaller house. It's a challenging architectural.
So in this case, do you think this is making an exception here is wise?
I'm not convinced of that, no.
You know, we talked so much about precedent. Just something to think about.
Yeah, I do. I mean, again, for what the homeowner, you know, I think great comments have been said. You know, I feel like it is a modest addition. You know, it is situated interestingly on the lot, all of those things. But I do also have pause just about that one issue on the roof, just for what it says. And, you know, I mean, sadly, you know, what some current conditions, you know, may not allow you to do some things, and that's just kind of how it is. So that's kind of how I'm seated on that right now.
Thank you, commissioners. I think I'll make a motion then on 1006 Ackland Avenue to approve the staff recommendation of the proposed addition with conditions 1 through 4.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner Price and a second by Commissioner Williams. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? No. Okay, so we have Commissioner Smith in opposition, but that motion passes. One of the things that I do want to say to the community members who came out, we appreciate and always want to hear what the public thinks. When we're presented designs and applications, we have to go by the guidelines, and that's what we try so hard to do. We appreciate how you feel. We want to hear how you feel, but our purview is to go by the guidelines. So thank you for your information. And since we have eight cases to hear and we have heard 4, we're going to take a short 10-minute break.
Yes.
1524 Ferguson Avenue.
Yes. All right, so this is a show cause hearing for 1524 Ferguson Avenue regarding a front yard parking pad. Back in March 2025, the commission approved infill in an outbuilding at 1524 Ferguson. With that decision, a condition of approval was adopted that the project shall not include a front yard parking pad. Prior to the issuance of the preservation permits for the infill and outbuilding, the site plan was revised to remove the front yard parking pad. So here we see it as constructed and what was permitted. Staff recommended this condition since either limiting vehicular access to the alley, which there is a rear alley here, or extending the driveway from the front or from the public street to at least the midpoint of the house has been standard practice for the commission, since that is the condition that was usually seen historically. However, upon further analysis, staff finds that front yard parking pad can meet the design guidelines as constructed for this case for several reasons, including the significant grade change on the site, narrowness of Ferguson Avenue, and the existing parking and vehicular context on this block of Ferguson Avenue. So we'll look at that. So there is a significant change in grade across this block. The highest point of grade is along the rear property lines of the properties on the south side of the street. The property that we're looking at is highlighted in yellow, and it's on the north side of the street. The grade slopes down from those southern lots pretty significantly to the street, and even further down from the front property lines of those northern lots to the alley at the rear of those. So this map has 2-foot contours. And you can see that I should have zoomed in, but for this particular lot, a lot of that grade is near the front where you can kind of see the outline of the buildings. So these photos show the non-contributing house that was previously on this lot, as well as the infill that's been constructed. In both cases, you can clearly see at that front right corner that the grade drops quite dramatically in that location. And staff finds that even if it were possible to shift a driveway to the side of the house, it would be challenging to pull that driveway beyond that front corner, given that steep drop off directly behind the front of the house. Here are photos of the street. In the top photo, you can see that the street does not have a formal curb and appears pretty narrow. The major and just for some background, the major and collector street plan states that for local roads, which this is, the minimum right-of-way width is set at 50 feet. A survey that we received for this project shows that Ferguson is about 44 and a half feet, which confirms this perceived narrowness. As a result of these existing conditions, there are examples of gravel or pavement added to the street to provide parallel parking, which you see in the bottom photo. And this is especially seen in front of those properties on the northern side of this block, where the lot slopes down from the front to the rear. So in addition to the parallel parking, there are examples of front yard parking pads on the block. So the top photo shows the house at 1522 Ferguson, which is a front yard parking pad that in part dead ends in front of the house. The bottom photo shows 1518 Ferguson Avenue, which has a driveway that stops at the front corner, as well as there's one of those parallel front yard parking pads. So given the combination of grade, the street width, and the context, staff finds that upon further reconsideration, the parking pad as constructed is appropriate in this case, and would recommend approval of the parking pad as constructed, finding that it's appropriate for, just to reiterate, the grade on the lot and existing parking conditions, and meets Section 2 of the design guidelines for the Belmont-Hillsborough Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. You did receive comments in support as well as in opposition, and the applicant is here.
Thank you. I have a quick question.
Yeah.
When I read this, it seemed real familiar. Was it last month we have it and it was pulled off?
So it was on the agenda, but we received feedback that the sign wasn't up, so it was just delayed for notifications. Mhm.
Thank you, Melissa. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Would you please step to the podium and introduce yourself?
Brian Perkins, general contractor on this project. Appreciate y'all having me today. One thing that I did want to note, just wanted to clarify with y'all, this was, I overlooked it. How this basically happened is typically when our architect is working with the historic staff, he gets his recommendations on the house, puts it in a DXF or DWG file, and that is what is sent to the surveyor on the actual site plan, which is what is submitted to the city. I overlooked the memo as we were going through the permitting process when NDOT and Stormwater basically came back with the reviews of our stormwater plan saying, hey, you don't have enough green infrastructure based on the impervious or pervious area. So we said, oh, we can just put it in the front, and then ask NDOT if that's all right. And they came back and said, yes, that's fine, without any other department basically going back and myself looking at the historical context that was approved. For that, I do apologize. It wasn't meant to be subversive or, sneak it by. I mean, it's obviously out in public, right on the front right of way. With that, on the parallel parking, we also have an AT&T pole that sticks right in the middle of where somebody could pull in or pull out, limiting what additional parking on the already narrow street is. That's all I have, if there are any.
By that, do you mean, like the option has been raised to have built a full driveway down the side of the house, but where the pole is, you're saying wouldn't allow that? Is that what you mean?
No, where the pole is, it's basically, offset. Say it's 50-foot lot, it's 30 and 20 on the front with parallel parking from the other pictures. The main reason for not being able to take it back was just the grade change that would have had, it wouldn't be able to go anywhere if you tried to go over the left side.
Any more questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you. Can I save time if there are rebuttals?
Open public hearing. Does anyone choose? Please come forward and state your name.
Lance Thomas, I live at 1518 Ferguson Avenue. So I'm here to speak against the illegally installed parking pad at 1524 Ferguson. I sent a letter in, it should be in your packets, that has some helpful pictures about some of the properties I'll speak about. So stated in the 2025 staff report, the commission has typically required vehicular access to either be limited to the alley or for a driveway to extend to at least the midpoint of the house. This has ensured all driveways are adjacent to the house and never dead end to the house. In reversing opinion, I believe staff has erred because the parking pad is not consistent with surrounding historic buildings. With orientation perpendicular to the street, 1524 Ferguson is not a parking pad, but rather a driveway that dead ends into the house, similar to a front-loading garage found on modern construction. This style is contrary to the historical character of Ferguson Avenue, where every other driveway is adjacent to the house, even complete renovations and new construction. Parking pads are not prevalent on Ferguson, and the commission has never approved a parking pad on Ferguson. Of 32 houses, only 6 have parking pads. Indeed, some of the information in the report is incorrect. I live at 1518 Ferguson, and the driveway actually does extend past the front of the house as parking strips. Even looking at just the north side of Ferguson, where all lots have a one-story drop from street to alley, there are 15 houses. 11 of those have driveways. 7 of them still extend to the midpoint despite the one-story drop-off from front to back. Nevertheless, all of those driveways are still adjacent to the house except for the subject property. So just in summary, every drive on Ferguson is either a parking pad running parallel to the road or a driveway running adjacent to the house. None dead end into the house like 1524 Ferguson. Allowing such a parking pad would not only set a bad precedent, but it also runs contrary to the historical context of Ferguson Avenue. The two-car garage and additional parking spot on the alley provide ample, safe, and accessible parking for the owners. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Pam Williams. I'm a 30-plus year resident of Ferguson. First, thank you for your service. I also oppose this. I just want to add to what my neighbor stated. I don't want to repeat this. This builder intentionally chose to build against what was stated. They have the ability to build to the side. They chose not to. They had an option to stay in line. That current way it's built is not in code, and folks, it's ugly. It does not fit the historic. It's not a good look. They have parking in back. My lot is the smallest lot on Ferguson. In front, I still park my car there. Yes, the street is narrow, but we're careful. And then we park a car in back. This builder could have chose to do the same, and they didn't. I beg you to please don't let them set a precedent and allow this to stay, because it will continue and repeat. I know you're committed to historic preservation. I know you know how important your decisions are in keeping the quality of neighborhoods to code. So I respectfully hope that you will act responsibly and enforce regs. And please demonstrate to the residents of this county that the integrity and the history of neighborhoods matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Close public hearing. Commissioners?
I have a question for the applicant.
Oh, the rebuttal?
Could you address the fact of why the driveway couldn't be built on the side? And is it possible to have, I mean, if you can't build a driveway on the side, how can you have parking in the back? Those are two things that I didn't understand from what she was saying. Do you understand what I'm asking?
On the side? Sorry, on the side.
Why can't you build on this? That's the first question. Why couldn't you build the driveway on the side of the house?
There's a dramatic change in slope. Like that, the house has a basement.
Even in the middle of the house?
Yeah, at the front, it's dug
it
down,
right
and
here.
then
Okay.
it's a basement from there to the back.
And so because of that, is that the reason why you couldn't have parking in the back?
There is a parking spot in the back.
How do you
Yes.
get there? Through the
The
alley?
alley, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. I've been by that street and looked at it, and, it's all for you. Thank you. Thank you. Parking is at a minimum, and I know you're not guaranteed parking in historic neighborhoods, but this one is really, really tight. And most all of them have put that gravel in the front so they can park in the front. But he's right, smack dab in the middle of that house, in the front, is that utility pole. And so that property wouldn't be able to do that, like all the other many of the other properties can. And so you don't see a picture of the pole, but that's why parking is prohibitive on that. I did see parking pads on the street, in houses, but I just understand your position, and so I just wanted to say that.
Am I missing something here? Like you can park two cars off the alley in the back and it drops off, like, is enough width to build a house. We've not done this before, and I'm disinclined to do it now.
Commissioners, the applicant hasn't had a chance for rebuttal, so I think we should do that before the discussion.
I'm so sorry,
Yeah.
yes. I'm so sorry, yes. The applicant can return and you have a rebuttal to the public comment.
Trying to remember what all was brought up, but would just say there are multiple areas where there is a parking pad that stops, dead in line with the front of the house on Ferguson. And then, also she said there, was an option. I think I addressed that at the beginning that yes, I did miss that memo when the plans were sent over to the surveyor. And then when NDOT and Stormwater came in with needing more green infrastructure, that was the most obvious and easiest place to take the water onto the permeable pavers in the front of the yard. But that's all I have.
I have a quick question for you as well. If you just, one of the things that troubles me just a bit is this timeline, I guess, that we have, like, I'm reading here in the staff report, I'm just reading out the staff report. It says that there was, the final inspections were approved on February 2nd, and on February 3rd, someone submitted a complaint that the parking pad was under construction, so it was not constructed at final inspection. Is that correct?
I'm not positive on the exact timeline, but if we go to, I guess, my last slide, these are the basic pictures we have. That's the 13th. I don't know if the apron was in. I don't know if the permeable pavers had been finalized. One thing that I would point out, during that inspection, I'm pretty sure the entire city was still covered in ice. So it may not have even been possible, like it may have just looked like a white sheet. But at that point, I did receive the notification, and it was easier to go ahead and install the permeable pavers and then have the discussion around that as to, what could be done or what we needed to do to finalize everything else.
Okay, all right, thank you. I do have one more question, either for the applicant or for the public comment. We've talked about the other people that have these parking aprons, but they're not concrete. Is that correct? They're just gravel? Yes.
I can answer that.
Yes.
There's about 6 that are concrete.
6 that are?
Oh, fine.
Yeah. So we can get you on the recording.
There's approximately 6 that are concrete. I'm 1518 Ferguson Avenue, so I have one of those. All of them, so 3 were installed pre-conservation overlay, and 3 have been installed illegally by developers or property owners afterwards.
Okay, all right.
And then the other question was, this house actually has a 2-car garage in the back with a parking pad, so there's 3 spots already accessible from the alley. I hope that clarifies.
Okay, all right. I don't know if we can let you talk unless we have a question. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just have the protocols I have to follow. Okay, now we're open for discussion among the commissioners.
I'll go. I live in this neighborhood, parking is truly atrocious, I get that, but we debated this pretty heavily during the original process and decided no parking permit. Like, that was the time to have that. Do we need to ask them to redesign? Do we need to ask them to put a driveway down the side? Do we need to ask them to do X instead of this? We did. We got to the place where we said, no parking permit, or no parking pad, sorry. So for us to be stuck with this decision at this point kind of seems a little hinky, a little problematic. So that's just my 2 cents.
I agree. I don't like that it was spelled out in the permit not to have it, and then it just shows up. I'm also looking at page 12 of the guidelines for parking areas and driveways, and it doesn't meet these guidelines for even what it is. So I'm not inclined to approve it. I'm persuaded by the neighbors who are opposed to it. I think that we should ask for it to be removed. No new curb cuts are to be added. Where a driveway is appropriate, it should be 2 concrete strips with grassy median. Neither of those apply to this. So, no. And you got parking in the back. That's fine.
Could I ask the applicant one more time about the parking in the back? He said that there was a 2-car garage and another parking spot in the back?
Yes.
Okay, I thought you said earlier there was only 1 space
So
available.
there's 1 open space and a 2-car garage.
Okay, thank you.
Next to it.
Thanks for clarification.
Anyone else? Anyone care to make a motion?
With regard to 1524 Ferguson Avenue, I move for approval of the staff, not of the staff recommendation, but to remove the parking pad as constructed, finding that the parking pad was installed inappropriately and not included in the original.
Commissioner Price has made a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jones. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? So the motion passes. Next on our agenda is item number 15, 2505, Essex Place. It's getting late.
All right, the next case is 2505 Essex. This case is an application to construct a rear addition to the contributing house. The applicant also proposes brick repair work on the historic house. The house at 2505 Essex is a circa 1925 cottage-style house that contributes to the historic character of the Hillsborough West End neighborhood conservation zoning overlay. The site plan for the project is shown on this slide. The addition meets the base zoning setbacks and the design guidelines for setbacks, and it does not exceed the existing setbacks. The front and right side elevations for the project are shown on this screen. The addition is no wider than the historic house, but it does extend 1 foot 11 and 1/2 inches taller than the historic house. Staff finds that this taller extension meets the design guidelines for the reasons outlined in the staff report. While the wall heights of the primary side gable massing and the rear-facing gambrel connector massing are compatible with the wall heights of the historic house, the 2 rear-facing gables at the rear of the addition have significantly taller wall heights. You can see those there in the bottom image towards the right. The addition also picks up a basement level at the rear because of the natural change in grade. While picking up a basement level at the rear because of the natural change in grade has been allowed and meets the design guidelines, the added basement level plus the taller wall heights creates a full 2-story massing at the rear of the addition. The historic house is a 1-story house. Staff finds that a 1 to 1 1/2 story addition would be appropriate for the 1-story house. However, a full 2-story addition is not compatible with a 1-story house. Staff finds that the wall heights of the rear-facing gables at the rear of the addition should be lowered to at least align with the wall heights of the rest of the addition. The rear and left side elevations for the project are shown on this screen. The taller wall heights at the rear of the addition can also be seen here in these elevations. Apart from the wall heights at the rear, staff finds that the rear addition meets the design guidelines. The applicant has provided a series of photos to support their request to remove the existing brick veneer on the house and relay it. As can be seen in these images, the brick veneer on both sides of the historic house is cracking and pulling away from the house. By removing the historic brick and relaying it, this issue can be resolved. While the brick veneer is in better condition on the front of the house has been painted a non-historic yellow color, and so the applicant proposes to go ahead and remove the little remaining brick on the front of the house while the brick veneer work is being done. The applicant also proposes flipping the historic brick around and reinstalling it with the back of the brick, the unpainted side facing out, in order to return to the original natural brick color. Staff is recommending approval of this solution with the condition that the existing brick on the historic house is salvaged and protected for reuse, and if any new brick is needed, the proposed brick is submitted for review and approval prior to purchase and installation. So in conclusion, staff is recommending approval of the project with the conditions shown on the screen. Some are standard conditions. The first one, though, is that the wall heights of the rear-facing gables at the rear of the addition shall be lowered to at least align with the wall heights of the rest of the addition. And then 2 and 3 are standard conditions about shoring plan and partial demo. And then 4 is that the existing brick on the historic house shall be salvaged for reuse, and if any new brick is needed, the proposed brick shall be submitted for review and approval prior to purchase and installation. And 5 is just our standard condition about material reviews. So with those conditions, staff finds the project meets the design guidelines. And the applicant is here as well.
Does anyone have any questions for Joseph? Applicant?
Thank you, Joseph. Michael Ward, Allied Ward Architects. We've been working back and forth with Joseph on this one, trying to get all these eaves lined up. And I've been in conversations with the clients, and I think we'll be able to get that sort of in line where you want it. So we'll probably send you a new drawing tomorrow. I may need an extra foot of footprint on one side to get my gables stretched out. So we'll be working toward that. These parallel gables are easy. You get your 2-foot raise, and you get a nice big volume behind it. So, and it's broad. So this one was easy. Thank you.
Any questions for the applicant? Open public hearing. Please come forward, state your name.
Sorry, I haven't looked. My name's Elizabeth Williams from Oakland Avenue, and I'm sorry I hadn't seen this one ahead of the meeting. But I just wanted to stress, and I would imagine it's the same in the Hillsborough West End as it is in Belmont Hillsborough, that the overlay states that an addition may not be larger than the existing house. And just looking at those elevations, that addition did look considerably larger. And the overlay does give the commission a lot of leeway to make exceptions in unusual circumstances for elements such as width, height, and placement. But nowhere is there any language saying that you can make an exception to the not larger than phrase. And I think what we're seeing here is larger than, unless you use that kind of magic footprint math that doesn't math. And I would just like to ask that you really reconsider what not larger than means, and look at it in terms of all the applications coming before you. Because to me, as a layperson, talking real estate, not larger than means square footage, possibly cubic footage. It does not mean footprint. It does not mean that you can take the footprint of an existing house and multiply it by 2 or 3 and put a 3,000 square foot addition on a 1,000 square foot house. It shouldn't work that way. It looks like it has been interpreted along those lines, and digging into the Secretary of the Interior standards, their historic preservation bulletins, I don't see anything that supports that methodology. Thank you.
Anyone else? Close public hearing. Do we need, I can offer you a rebuttal. I think you had some time left.
Why not? We worked really hard to stay within all the prescriptive sort of things on this one. We are not anywhere near 100% of footprint. And like this is a small 1-story house with 2 bedrooms. It's a growing family. They've lived in this house for years. They want to expand it, and I think that's totally within their right to do it. Not everybody lives in a 2-story, 4-square on a big street with a big lot. So you have to sort of make exceptions. So thank you very much.
Commissioners?
Question for Joseph. Is there an existing non-historic addition that's being removed for this one?
Let me see. I can give you the footprint. I can't remember if the existing, Michael might be able to answer that. Do you remember?
There is. It's
okay.
not a big one, but there is a rear addition and a porch.
And the existing footprint is, or the addition is not more than doubling the existing footprint of the historic house.
And I appreciate the public comment on that. One thing I'll point out is that the elevation we're seeing on the west elevation shows the majority of the addition, but actually on the east elevation, there's an L on the rear. If you show the overhead view, you can see.
It shows it on the site plan.
Yeah, the site plan,
Yeah.
so there. I understand the public comment if you're just looking at the west elevation, but this puts it in a different perspective. And I feel like it's compatible, especially if we bring down the gable height along the back, which the applicant is proposing to do.
Could you tell me how many, and it's probably in here, how many square foot the original house is and how many square feet the addition is, please?
On our packet, I'm looking at D1. D1,
It's on page 5 of the staff report. It's,
is it on, okay, I'm looking at the drawings.
1,553 square feet is the proposed addition, and the existing footprint is 2,053 square feet.
So it's pretty obvious that the addition is not larger than the original house.
Right.
And can you just, can someone access the definition of that for us, please? Of what that footprint, how you measure?
Yes, we're looking at the first floor, the footprint, so not the total square footage, not upper level space, but looking at the outline of the first floor.
So you're just referring to the first floor of the addition?
Right, yeah, we're just looking at the footprint, so just where it touches the ground, the outline of the floor there.
So there's actually an L-shaped addition that's on there now that's coming off. Isn't that right?
This L is a part of the original house that's staying.
Well, I know, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that next drawing.
Oh, it's very confusing.
Right here. I'm looking at this drawing.
So in other words, the total square footage, first floor, second floor, is how many square feet?
Correct, yeah.
How many?
Oh, I don't have the total square footage.
But it's obviously larger than the original house. Or
Well,
square
the
footage.
design guidelines just look at footprint, and so we're looking at, it says the addition cannot more than double the footprint of the historic house, so we're comparing the footprint of the historic house to the footprint of the addition.
It doesn't talk about square footage.
It
It's just footprint, yeah.
Well, I actually was going to get into this in the next place.
Okay.
I agree with this. And I think the review is wrong. I agree that square footage should be taken into account. But I think that we're going to have to go through the process to provide the guidelines in order to fix what isn't going to be Joseph, what page is the size for?
On page 5. It's under the height and scale section of the staff report. Yeah, for the guideline language, yeah, sorry, it's on page 3.
I mean, for now, I mean, I think that's just in our purview when we think about massing, like just how we're talking about how I believe, and it's called out that that two-story form in the back is too tall. You know, that's too big to me. So, I mean, we've talked about it before, just different situations, but that's, I think, under our purview to discuss the massing, whether or not, which calculation, I mean, that obviously there has to be something in for people to know what to design to, and so if that's what we've been doing, then that's what we've been doing. So, I mean, I'm in full support of the staff recommendation on this one.
You can often see it in the aerials.
Okay.
It's not, in the yeah, okay, yeah, there you go.
You're right.
And that's an addition, it's not an original part of the house?
I think it's the little shed roof. Yeah, I think that's.
See, on the site plan, it shows that whole rear L coming off. That's misleading, because that's not what the site plan shows, the demolition plan shows. Let's look at the demo plan.
You're right. Yeah. Look at the demo plan. Next sheet.
What I'm concerned with is that's actually a historic part of the house, and not historic.
Mm-hmm.
Page 16.
Yeah. I mean, is that a historic, part of the historic house, or is that a former addition?
I don't have the research in front of me, but I'll just say in the past, the commission has allowed the kind of those, if it's like a smaller hipped roof to the side, or gabled roof to the, on the rear, we have considered those non-contributing, even if they're original, if they're not kind of part of the original. There's a change in materials and, particularly for side gables houses, we've allowed kind of those rear facing gables to be removed in the past, finding them not really part of the significant roof form, which because the main roof form is the side gable. It's a little bit different when you have like a pyramidal roof form and those kind of like Victorian roof forms that are all over the place, and those are more visible. But in the past, it's not uncommon for staff to recommend removal of those features.
Commissioner Cotton just pulled up the photographs, and there's a difference in material between the siding and the brick.
Mr. Ward, would you mind answering my question for me? This rear L, in one of your drawings, it's shown as part of the existing house that's not counting toward the overall footprint issue. And in another drawing, it's shown that it's coming off and being replaced.
Both of those are true. When you calculate allowable footprint, it is all the footprint that the house has today, contributing and non-contributing additions. Okay? So when we're showing footprint, we have to include that and calculate that so you can understand what we have put in our calculation. The addition was built in the 80s. The owner will give you lots of information about it and how the guy paid for it, because he's got a lot of information on it. But anyway, everything on that back, part of it is a kitchen, and another part of it is a screen porch. But I'm not sure if this house had anything on the back wall of it. Oftentimes, these had like a little 5 or 6 foot sort of back porch extension. This may have had one at one point in time. It's long gone. But everything in the L was added to the house probably 30-something years ago. And we are removing it and building new construction. But the site plans that we always present show original footprint so that you understand where we're starting from when we calculate whether or not we exceed 100%.
Just looking at the pictures, it's obvious that the addition is bigger than the original house. Just visually. And so I don't see how we can get around that, but.
It's confusing because of the way it's been interpreted and that we've been allowing it, which if you only look at footprint, then technically that's how it's been going, but actually square footage wise, we're overwhelming small houses with huge additions. But I think today, I don't know that we're gonna fix it, but I do think it's worth a conversation about revising how we do this. I agree with that criticism coming from the public, and how we're doing it. I don't think on this case that
I'm not
we're
sure.
gonna get there.
Yeah. I think we have to use the definitions
As
as they are, as we have been using them.
Yeah.
And as they are written, and changing them is another step.
Right.
Okay. Does anyone want to put that in the form of a motion?
One quick question, though. We are asking to lower what was the condition? Back eight, yeah, okay.
Move to accept staff recommendation of approval with conditions.
Second.
Okay, I have a second I'll do this in reverse order. I have a second from Commissioner Mosley and a motion by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Commissioner Mayhaw, that motion passes. Next on the agenda is where we came from the consent agenda, which would be item number 7, 1912 Wildwood Avenue.
Okay, next up is 1912 Wildwood Avenue. The house at 1912 Wildwood dates to circa 1938 and contributes to the Belmont-Hillsborough Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. There was an error at one point in the staff report that said it was Belmont-Hillsborough. That's since been corrected, but just wanted to call that out. It was pointed out to me on several occasions. So apologies, it's been corrected. This is Belmont-Hillsborough. The commission disapproved an application for an addition in February because it more than doubled the footprint. This new application does not more than double. Here you can see the footprint was reduced significantly. The revised application meets all setback requirements, has appropriate insets, and does not more than double the footprint. The new design no longer has a basement level garage. The partial second level is fully inset 2 feet. As seen from the front, the addition nicely tucks in behind the existing house. It does use a ridge raise, but steps no wider than the historic house. The rear elevation shows the insets as well. And here you can see in the rendering, the white is the original house and the green is the addition. The applicant is proposing a detached outbuilding which meets all the guidelines for footprint, setbacks, and separation. The outbuilding meets all massing requirements except that the guidelines here require outbuildings to be shorter than the historic house. This house is 19 feet 6 inches from top of foundation, and the proposed outbuilding is 21 feet tall. Staff finds that the additional height is appropriate for several reasons. The existing house is very modest in height. The height increase request is modest at approximately 18 inches. The structure meets all other design guidelines. The footprint of the outbuilding is less than the guidelines allow, and the increase in height will allow sufficient head height for a partial second level that would not be possible without it. The commission has allowed for 21 feet of height in the past when the house was particularly short. So in conclusion, staff recommends approval of the proposed addition and outbuilding with standard conditions. I know that the applicant is here and would like to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Questions for me first?
Yeah, anyone have any questions for Jenny? Applicant, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Curtis Johnson. I live on 1704 Cedar Lane. Thank you for your time, and to Jenny for working with us on this redesign. Our first design in the February meeting, as you remember, included a ridge raise and an addition that more than doubled the footprint. Commission denied our request and told us an addition that no more than doubled the footprint at 965 square feet was acceptable. It was also said the ridge raise is by right and they do it a lot. This redesign includes the ridge raise, does not step wider, and no more than doubles the footprint as requested. We have followed the guidelines and what has consistently been permitted in the past. This is a large lot at well over 12,000 square feet. With a 1,930 square foot footprint, it by no means maximizes the density and still allows for a substantial amount of green space. To put it into perspective, the house is only using 15% of the lot. Also, 1,930 square feet of footprint is very modest in comparison with other homes in the Belmont-Hillsborough neighborhood. Homes with additions are typically over 2,500 square feet of footprint. So this home is by no means oversized for the neighborhood or for the lot. We agree with staff on the recommendation for approval. Separate from the house, but included in this application is a detached garage and dadu. We designed a structure that is within guidelines and of typical size and style for what is being built in the neighborhood. It is also considerably smaller than what was allowed for this size of lot. Reading the neighbors' concerns about the requested additional 18 inches of height, I want to clarify that this lot has a considerable amount of slope that goes down towards where the dadu is going to sit. So it allows the ridge of the dadu to sit almost 8 feet below the ridge of the historic house. So in no way it would tower over the historic house. It would be considerably shorter. We also agree with staff on the recommendation for approval on the outbuilding. And I would like to reserve some time at the conclusion after public comment as well.
Certainly. Anyone have any questions initially? Okay, thank you.
And my project designer is here to say a couple words.
Hi there, my name's Cheyenne Smith. Much of what I had prepared was kind of discussed in the last project. But yeah, some of it, basically I've been working with the Historic Commission, all the staff members for 13 years. I've had just under 300 preservation permits issued for my projects. Of those, about 15% have been the 100% of the footprint. As a designer, I'm tasked to do what the homeowner asked me to do and work with staff to make that happen in the known rules, the known guidelines. If those guidelines ever change, I'll be the first one to work with them, and always, if it's a square footage thing, if it's whatever it is, I'll do whatever's asked of me. So on that, some of the technicalities, as far as the ridge raise and everything, honestly, I've always thought 2 foot is not enough because of modern building materials. Over 50% of that gets eat up with, in most of these projects, you have 2x4 rafters, 2x6 floor joists, whenever those become, or ceiling joists, whenever those become floor joists, you need at least 11 7/8 eye joists, sometimes 14, depending on the layout below. Rafters have to go 2x8, 2x10 to meet the insulation code. All of that just consumes it, so you really don't have as much space as one thinks. Kind of the same applies on the dadu. We're asking, it's kind of industry standard, industry knowledge, that 21 foot is kind of the maximum that you can get for having some living space above that. And even here, I mean, it's partial living space. We're smaller footprint. The dormers could be slightly larger than we're proposing. But yeah, we're just trying to get some head clearance up there. And again, that 18 inches is for the same reasons on the ridge raise of the house. Just modern building materials because of old growth lumber versus new growth lumber. It's just, this is what we're dealing with to get these structures built. And yeah, we'll reserve the rest of the time for any rebuttals or questions y'all may have.
Thank you. Oh.
Yeah. One of the public commenters mentioned the idea that option of lowering the garage level to make up so that you can maintain the height of the second level, but just have a shorter roof ceiling in the garage. Is that workable with the modern materials?
Are you referencing the house? No, on the dadu. So, no, effectively with that, we're showing 9-foot ceilings, 14-inch eye joist, and then a double top plate on that because the bird's mouth on the rafter can't sit directly on the eye joist. So we have to put a double top plate on that. So effectively, we got 17 inches within that. Is kind of where that, I did see that comment was 8'6", but that's where we use the 10 foot. And I know this is, other guidelines allow for even 12 foot, but this specific neighborhood's 10 foot. So that's the main reason. We cannot set that rafter beside the joist because you can't cut the corner of the eye joist. It takes away the structural rigidity. So we have to set the rafters on top of that. And order to get all of that height. So, yeah, it's just kind of the limitations of the building materials.
Thank you. Open public comment. Come forward.
Try to speak up and closer to the mic.
And if you don't mind, state your name again.
Okay.
That'd be great. Thank you.
My name is Janine Cristiano, and I live on Wildwood Avenue. So first of all, thank you so much for previously listening to the concerns of the neighbors on the street and for taking action to protect the character of our historic neighborhoods. Your care and judiciousness are inspiring and a bright spot at a time when civic engagement can be so disheartening. Sorry. It's a lot. Sorry. After my neighbors and I read the revised plans, it's clear the core issues of the previous plans have not been resolved, only reformatted. So I'm here representing my neighbors to respectfully ask you to deny the revised application for 1912 Wildwood Avenue. We found 5 instances where the plan conflicts with the goals of the Belmont Hillsborough overlay. And I have slides to illustrate our points. So first, the outbuilding exceeds the height of the historic home. The guidelines are very clear that outbuildings shall not exceed the height of the principal structure. That's a set standard and not a flexible one. That alone is grounds to disapprove. 2, the scale of the project is inappropriate and not compatible with the neighborhood or guidelines. The guidelines explicitly state that the additions shall not be larger. It doesn't say footprint, even though that's what's been applied. It says shall not be larger than the existing structure in order to preserve the scale of small and medium-sized homes, which are a defining feature of this neighborhood and will be compatible in terms of style, height, scale, and massing with the buildings immediately surrounding it. So you have to take account the block and the other houses. The addition's footprint is double that of the primary historic structure. Its total square footage is triple the existing square footage. The ridge raise height is taller and the volume and mass are greater. The result is an addition that dwarfs the primary existing house and is no longer subordinate. The building is a fundamentally different structure and creates a compound that is not in line with the character of the neighborhood. If you look at the aerial view of the application itself, and you notice the surrounding neighborhood and all the other houses, it's very clear. And I just honestly want to pause there for a second to look at the other houses and what this project will do. 3, the proposed ridge raise is a misuse, is inappropriate and contradicts its purpose. The guidelines state additions should be a minimum of 6 inches below the existing ridge. The purpose of a ridge raise is to allow for conditioned space in the attic and to discourage large rear or side additions. With the massive rear addition, there is no way a ridge raise is justified in this instance. 4, the inset guideline is not meaningfully met. The plans show a brief step in, then the addition quickly expands back out, creating a full width addition. That does not achieve the purpose of the guideline, which is to keep the addition subordinate and to have it remain in the shadow of the primary structure. And finally, 5, the variance does not meet the undue hardship standard. Different choices can be made. Some of them have been included in the other comments, and we've also included several examples from current residents whose renovations align with the neighborhood character and guidelines. The goal of the commission, your goal, is to maintain the historic character of the neighborhood. Granting a variance under these conditions is unjustified, weakens the commission's integrity, and diminishes the character of the neighborhood. So this decision matters beyond this one plan. It impacts the fabric of an entire neighborhood, and because Belmont Hillsborough is a microcosm of greater Nashville, this decision signals who Nashville is for and who has to follow the rules. In our submitted slides, we quote Jean Tassell, co-founder of Belmont Hillsborough Neighbors, who describes Belmont Hillsborough as what many would call an ideal neighborhood, full of variety, economically, socially, racially, a good place to raise children and a good place to live. So even more than our sweet little cottages, that is at the core of the neighborhood's historic character and what we are ultimately trying to preserve. So for all these reasons, I respectfully ask you to deny this application so that the developers can resubmit a plan more in line with the character and well-being of the neighborhood. And I will leave you by paraphrasing a question posed by C.J. Hicks in her interview with Stroll Belmont Hillsborough. How can we grow together in a way that respects the community and respects the neighborhood we live in? Thank you.
Thank you.
I have the full slides. I only showed 10, but if you guys want those are here. The full slide deck.
Thank you. Anyone else? Please come forward.
I'm Sandra Shelton, again, a resident at 1830 Wildwood Avenue since 1974, right next door to 1912. The numbers jump. Wildwood Avenue and Hawthorne Place made up the Belmont Terrace Annex subdivision created in 1941. Construction began on approximately 30 5-room brick residences eligible for FHA loans. These homes were small, at around a total 960 square feet, affordable, and because there was one contractor, all very similar, they can all be called minimal traditional. With a few modest additions, which you saw in Janine's presentation over the years, these homes have remained that way for the 52 years I've lived there. This addition is larger than the existing house if you look at volume and mass and not just footprint. The overlay states the addition, no matter its use, should not be larger than the existing house. Because of this, and that the goal of the overlay to preserve small or medium-sized houses, I ask you to disapprove. Also, I will point out the ridge raise, which is supposed to discourage large rear additions. And I know this is not your purview, but I'm going to say that this will also contribute to stormwater runoff because of the amount of ground being covered. And preceding this approval, the owners have now cut down a large, mature, undamaged oak tree in the backyard that would help with the stormwater. And there's also the issue of affordability, which is what we see all of our leaders in the city talking about all the time now. So it's gonna, these houses, I've presented a letter where most of the houses have sold between $400,000, the top one $799. This will be more.
Thank you. Next, please come forward.
I'm Elizabeth Williams from 2500 Oakland Avenue, and I appreciate the Commission's concern about how volume or size or largeness is being interpreted, whether square footage, cubic footage, or footprint is being used. I would argue, though, that right now the guidelines are written in a way that does not permit the use of footprint as the determinant as it has been used in recent months or years. And if you wanted to continue using footprint, then I think the overlay might need to be amended to allow that. But as it is written right now, it does not allow footprint. It says homes may not be larger than. It doesn't say homes can be larger than if you can take a footprint and multiply it by 3. It does not say that. And the Commission is also legislatively obligated to apply the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. That's kind of the underlying document. And there are associated guidance and bulletins that go with that. One of those, NPS Preservation Brief 14, states that the appropriate size for a new addition varies from building to building, so you have flexibility. But it says it should never be stated in a square or cubic footage ratio. And by extension, I would say a footprint ratio. So what it's saying is you cannot just have a formula. You cannot just say because of X is bigger than Y or what have you, it's okay. You have to look at the totality. So implementing an across-the-board policy permitting huge rear additions based on footprint alone should be a non-starter under the very guidance that you're charged with applying. And doing so, using footprint, undermines both the letter and the spirit of the Belmont-Hillsborough overlay. And when properly evaluated, without using footprint, this proposal must be rejected.
Thank you. Anyone else? You do have some time left for rebuttal if you choose. And please address your comments to the commission.
After hearing the neighbors, we feel there's important things to present to be revisited. First, footprint is what the commission reviews and not total square footage. And next, I want to make a comment, and as you know, it's the Belmont-Hillsborough overlay and that we're all part of, and it's not the Wildwood Avenue overlay. We're all neighbors, and the current home I live in is a block away from Wildwood. My wife's been in the neighborhood for 35 years. We appreciate the concerns about affordability in Nashville, but the need for affordable housing is not part of the historic guidelines and doesn't need to be determined in this meeting. I'm not a contractor, and this is my home, and my name is on the title, and assumptions about the future plans of our home should stay a private matter. We have included ridge raise, which allows for comfortable living space in the attic, and ridge raises have typically been approved in shorter homes to allow this. I have a list of recent nearby examples if you'd like to see them, and one would be actually today. You approved one in this meeting earlier, so and I don't see how mine's any different. And it had a dadu that was higher than historic house at 21 feet. I may also add that our requested footprint is the fourth smallest out of the 26 that you've been presented to this year so far, so it's not that large. And we have not more than doubled the footprint, and we're all within the parameters the commission requested of us from last meeting. So we redid the plans as you requested. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will close public hearing and open for discussion.
I was actually when we were reviewing, I was gonna pull this one off consent. And then I saw that there was a bunch of public comments, so I thought, never mind, I don't need to. But, again, the footprint or not, I just, at the side elevation, to me, the massing is still too large. It reads as 3 stories, with, almost the length of the roof is a gable. He just said comfortable living space in the attic, which is a 3rd floor, essentially, on the back of a 1-story historic home. So I find it completely too large, just in massing and size, in general, and the look of it.
I read, that the addition should be subordinate to the main house. And this is not subordinate to the main house. And, this used to be my neighborhood. I used to live on Hazelwood. And Wildwood is, it's got very small houses. It's very tight. And so I could not support this approval of this massing of the addition.
Anyone else?
Jenny, are we giving any specific exemptions from the guidelines on this project?
The way that the commission has been interpreting the guidelines have been that an addition should not more than double the footprint. That's how staff approached it, and with that approach, no, this is not more, the footprint is not more than doubling the existing footprints. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, thank you. I hear you, and I think this is definitely a maximization of the program in both the addition, which seems like a lot of these historic homes, there's always a slope that but and then the dadu, it's maximized. I mean, I think there's no question. I also don't know under what guideline, but taste, we can actually reject it. And if we're going to, I will say, I hear you on the footprint thing. I mean, that, maybe it's time for a discussion on that. However, that's probably the most important interpretation guideline that we do here. Just number one, I'd say. It has been sold that way to hundreds of homeowners that we've inducted. Even in the last year, we've added, or voted to add 500-600 homes. And we've told people these are the rules, and then we're gonna change them. I mean, I get frustrated with talk of precedent because I don't love it much, but at the same time, it gets brought up every case. And this is the precedent for as long as I've been here, which has not been long, but I assume it's been precedent for decades. So, I don't know, I have a hard time saying no. I mean, I don't love a lot of our precedents. We've turned down a lot of downtown signs because they have to be 85 feet. That wall is 90 to 95 feet, but we say it's a 65-foot building. I mean, it's a total 1984, don't believe your eyes. You get a tape measure, go 85 feet, put the sign right here. And we reject it on the grounds that it is not 85 feet. Because that is the interpretation of our guidelines that we've been going with, is the average of the four corners. And so I am not against looking at the guidelines and making sure we're interpreting them correctly. I do think it is probably wrong to do in the middle of a case, which I don't think anyone's exactly suggesting. And I feel like if we were doing a couple of exemptions, it didn't have 20 feet, and, we could say, hey, we don't feel like this is a lot to be given exemptions on. But if they followed the rules and we don't like the outcome of the rules, it's not right to say no. I mean, I hear you, even if it's personally or you think it goes against the spirit. I think that is a good argument for taking a look at the rules. I think it's a bad argument for changing it mid-horse, midstream. I think I screwed that one up. All right, but that's it. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I'll echo Commissioner Smith. I think that this is a discrepancy between practice, long-term practice, and I've had a problem with this for a long time, but haven't really spoken up until now. I do think that we need to take a look at it as a commission and staff, but I totally agree that we can't do it in this meeting right now. I was totally opposed to the first design, absolutely. This is much better. It's not where I would like to see it end up, but I think they've done what we asked them to do, and it's in line with our established practice, whether or not that's where it needs to be or not. So.
Even, I guess the main, for me, it's just the full width dormer. There's no roof. It's just a dormer. It reads as a wall. That's my specific issue. Again, I don't have a problem with the dadu being 21. That makes sense to me. That's fine. It's subordinate. That's fine to me. But to me, it's just this facade that the entire roof plane is a wall that is a dormer. And I don't know if again, that was a specific one. A couple small ones. Sure, I don't mind that in general. But just, the ridge raise, I understand the ridge raise, I understand a ridge raise, especially, and even more especially, if it's on a graciously sloped lot where you can take advantage of that, where we, I think, grant those in, you have a strange lot the other way or it's flat, get a little more headroom. But this is like, you're taking advantage of, in my opinion, you're at a great lot to just go without this third level. I don't feel like it's beneficiary factor rather than, you know, a bad factor. But really, it's just that the full width dormer is my main issue with this design.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think I've heard like and that I do think we have, it is our discretion, and this isn't absolute and black and white in all cases. We're not to be arbitrary. We're not to be arbitrary. So how do I skate that thin line? I wouldn't pretend to tell everyone how to do that, but I will say that in, you know, the guidelines are not, we want it to be. It would be really easy if it was just with a footprint and math, and as one of the community members said, you know, that does make it easy. But I think the application, and for any one of us to more vocally say, well, this mass is more important in this case because of X, Y, and Z, I think we have, that's why we're here. So in just pure meeting and checking the box of a math that we can't just go pull the rug out from somebody, but I think it is more layered, it can be a more layered argument, and should be than that.
Well, and I would just like to say, I mean, there's a huge difference. I mean, the massing of this thing, the massing is huge. I mean, like, if you use the word massing, the massing is huge. This is a neighborhood of small homes. Which makes the massing look even bigger, which is problematic. Like, this discussion is, maybe to what you're saying, yes, we have to apply the guidelines equally, but not all houses are the same size, not all the houses are the same shape, not all the houses are the same design, roofs are different, not the same slope. If you have a neighborhood of 4,000 square foot, 5,000 square foot houses, how we interpret the guidelines will be different than in a neighborhood of modest 1,200 square foot homes. I'm just making, like you, I'm just making a point, I think, more that we've got to make some hard decisions sometimes. I don't know what that answer is today necessarily yet, but I mean, this is really pushing what the intent of the guidelines is, even are. If our goal is to preserve historic neighborhoods, this ain't doing it.
This whole episode has me thinking, you know, what are we really doing here, right? Staff presents a report, then the applicants come up and make their case. And the opposition, their sole goal is to say, hey, you guys are wrong. You guys are misinterpreting this. You guys are missing the mark. And I think what has occurred today is somebody has came to the microphone and said, hey, y'all are screwing this up. And we consent, we say, okay, we got it wrong, but we gonna follow the guidelines anyway. I don't really know how I feel about that. It just leaves me feeling kind of icky if I'm doing something wrong and somebody shows me that I'm missing the mark. I say, okay, you're right, but I'm gonna move on anyway.
I hear you, and I think, and I 100% hear you, because I think in the last year or two, have been vocal where I thought I saw something that we've been doing wrong, or that I disagreed with, or wanted to just complain about. So I think that's fair. I mean, it's a tough one, because I just want to start, it's large, and
I don't know what the first principles are here. Sometimes we talk about precedent and we talk about the guidelines, and we're gonna make a worse looking house because we don't want 4 foot of extra roof coming over, which is fine. I don't know. There's a tough decisions to be made as far as, and they're guidelines too. They are not regulations. They are not codes. They are not clear or written to be that clear. It is my understanding, of course. But I think on this one, it's going to be tough because I think I hear the opposition, and I think a theory needs to be espoused that of what the limiting factor is then, even on this one, because I think the owner or the applicant intends to have an addition. And I think if we say no to this plan, we need to give some instruction, both to our staff or staff and the applicant on what we find acceptable. Because he feels like, and maybe we were wrong, he was wrong, we're all wrong, that we gave him instructions and that he followed them, and now we're up here kind of complaining about it. And I think we're going to have to be more specific than try to be more respectful to your neighbors or try to be whatnot. And we need to think about what the overlay is for. If that is to keep 900 square feet homes in perpetuity in Belmont, Hillsborough, that is an interesting, that would be an interesting neighborhood over time. I think it would, because it's not going to be affordable. These are not going for what 900 square foot homes go for. I mean, that's a joke. Now, part of that is their location. And what 900 square foot, what you're going to get, what kind of diversity or owners, tenants, whatever, that you're going to get with exclusively apartment-sized homes. I mean, they're smaller than townhomes, smaller than 16-foot wide townhome, less footage at least. So lots of big ones. But I think if we want to turn this one down, which I don't think I can be for, but it sounds like there's enough opposition there. I would suggest that we espouse a theory or some guidelines on what we're thinking. And if we get away from the footprint, I don't say rule, because it's probably not. That opens a lot of interesting doors. I'll say that, both in things we've denied, both in things we've approved, both in things we will deny and approve in the future, and on the promises and the word we gave to people when we explained, here's how your overlay works, here's how your neighborhood works now, here's what you can do with your property. And if you understood it as, well, I've got a little slope here and I've got a 1,000-foot home and I could probably add 2,000 feet to it, and now you can do half that or less, and your neighbor can come in and convince us to see something differently than we've done for at least a couple of years, a couple of decades. I would feel like we took something from them, and I mean that's gonna be a tough pill for me to swallow. But I don't know. But there's been lots of tough pills. That's why you take pills.
I will just say, I think one challenge and one way to differentiate our thinking maybe, when you say Belmont, Hillsborough, it's a very diverse neighborhood. We kind of think of one thing when we think of Belmont and Belmont Avenue, and there's giant mansions on it. It's really different when you go to a street like Wildwood, where there's these 900 square foot original homes. So part of our challenge is to apply guidelines to such varying neighborhoods, which are going to look different. So what seems to be happening is we are letting this Wildwoods turn into, the Beaumont Avenues. Is that part of what we're supposed to, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm not saying this poor applicant is having to endure us wrestling with some big issues that are larger than just this, but I just wanted to, that's part of our challenge too, I think. And when you ask for differences, to me, there's a difference.
I'll echo Caitlin. I think your comment about how the scale of the dormers read is legit. And in the past, I know we've, this at staff recommendation level, if you look at that, the 3/4 elevation that shows the back of the house, it reads as a 3-story building. The perspective view, Jenny, that one, bottom right. And in the past, we've asked applicants to reduce the size of their dormers to read as a true half-story instead of, that to me looks like a full second story. And I think maybe in the interest of all of our sanity and moving to some sort of conclusion, asking this applicant to reduce the size of the dormers to be more in line with a half-story versus something that reads as a 2-story might be a partial solution. Do you agree?
Yeah, I mean, again, totally hear you, Commissioner Smith, and agree, and, or with, a lot of the comments, it's really, that's my main issue. And I know we've had that conversation before about just dormer size, and, this just reads to me specifically like a 2-story house on one facade, a 3-story house behind a 1-story historic house. That's how it reads to me. That's how the massing is. That's how the design looks on this specific house, on this specific parcel. And I'm uncomfortable with that. And I think I've said it before, it's a small 1-story house. I'm not against an addition. Maybe you can't have a 5-bedroom plus rec room plus whatever addition. That's all I'm saying.
Still get an addition.
Sure, I've approved hundreds, I've been maybe thousands of additions at this point, but it's just this specific one with this design, specifically the dormers to me reading as a wall face. It creates the massing that I don't think fits.
And Commissioner Smith, I don't think anybody's saying we want to keep 900 square foot houses on here, because to me, I go back to the spirit of the guidelines that says that the addition should be subordinate to the main house. And so you could put on a 900 square foot house, you could put an 800 square foot or massing in the back. And it just, to me, it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like it's subordinate to the main house at all. And to me, that's the spirit of our mission here. And so it's just, this just does not feel like something that we should do.
Does anyone feel comfortable making a motion?
Did you bring up you want to do it?
I mean, since we don't redesign in this meeting, particularly, I think they've gotten maybe at least, I don't know how the vote's gonna go, but they've gotten guidance on how I feel about it, for a potential, if this doesn't go one way or the other. But, regarding 1912 Wildwood Avenue, I vote to disapprove the project.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Jones and a second by Commissioner Mayhaw. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Commissioner Price? Did I hear a no?
That was an aye.
Oh, it was an aye, okay. Someone opposed.
No, I didn't, I'm sorry.
Okay, I heard something. Okay, so Commissioner Smith opposed, but that motion passes.
I have a couple of ideas. One is the size of the dormers, and two is the 1-foot instep on the rear to enforce that all the way back instead of bumping back out. Those are starting points.
Yeah. Okay, next on the agenda is number 8, 1719 Sweetbriar Avenue.
Application is to construct a rear addition to the contributing house. The house at 1719 Sweetbriar is a circa 1915 side clipped bungalow style house, side gable clipped bungalow style house that contributes to the historic character of the Belmont Hillsborough Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The MHZC approved with conditions a rear addition to the contributing house and an outbuilding in the rear yard back in November of 2022. The conditions for the addition were later met and a preservation permit was issued for the addition in August of 2025. A new outbuilding proposal was submitted in August of 2025 and approved administratively. This application is now for a new revised rear addition proposal. The site plan for the project is shown on the screen. The addition meets the base zoning setbacks and does not exceed existing setbacks. The addition will be more than 20 feet from the previously approved outbuilding. Staff finds that the project meets the design guidelines for setbacks. The front and rear elevations for the project are shown on this screen, and the side elevations for the project are shown on this screen. The proposed addition extends 1 foot taller than the historic house. Staff finds that the taller addition meets the design guidelines for the reasons outlined in the staff report. And staff finds that the addition meets all design guidelines. The applicant does propose a change to the existing non-historic door there on the side. They're proposing removing those stairs and changing that to a window. And staff recommends approval of the proposed addition with just one condition there shown on the screen, and that's our standard condition for material reviews. And with those conditions, staff finds the project meets the design guidelines.
Anyone have any questions for Joseph? Thank you. Is the applicant here? Yes. Please come forward, state your name.
Hey, Brian Perkins. Sorry, on this addition, basically what we're looking to do is put a dormer on the rear facade that is 26 foot 9 inches for the 40-foot roof massing on the back. And that is basically to handle the building materials as they are, I guess, intruding on head height in that back portion. We're not changing the footprint that was already established in prior meetings or changing the ridge from that aspect.
Anyone have any questions for the applicant? Thank you. You have some time left if you need it. Open public hearing. Please come forward.
My name is Elizabeth Williams from 2500 Oakland. And while this project isn't as egregious as the one presented for Wildwood, it still presents a real challenge when you read the overlay as a member of the public without the history of all the language that goes on behind the scenes between planners and developers. That language says an addition may not be larger than the existing house. That sounds pretty simple. And in the case of this house, if you look at the tax assessor's records, the existing house is 2,214 square feet. The proposal, after adding this extension, gets it to 6,492 square feet. That's adding about 4,000 square feet to a house that initially was 2,200. That just simply does not meet what the overlay says. The overlay says must not be larger than. And as I mentioned before, the overlay does give some discretion in terms of the commission being able to make adjustments to ridge raises and roof height and placement and this and that and the other. It does not give any discretion on not larger than. That is an absolute in the overlay. And also, if you go deeper into the documents, the standards, the bulletins, the advice that you get from the Secretary of the Interior and the National Park Service, they do not talk about using footprint and using multipliers of footprint to allow additions that are just drastically out of scale. And I would say that this approach has already led to a series of oversized projects within Belmont Hillsborough and the loss of many small and medium-sized homes. And the overlay does talk about protecting small and medium-sized homes. It doesn't say anything about affordability or diversity. It says protecting small, or it talks about small and medium-sized homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Close public hearing. Commissioners?
Can we back up to the three-dimensional or elevation?
The applicant has 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Sorry, thank you for it.
So chooses.
I'm so sorry. Yes, you have 2 more minutes if you'd like to rebut. And please address your comments to us.
Sorry, Brian Perkins again. Only thing that I would kind of point out is that we pretty much already had an approval. We're not changing the ridge or the footprint, just kind of reworking the roof lines, just to accommodate head height and usability. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, commissioners.
Joseph, could you explain the changes from the application that we've already approved to us again, please?
It is a little different. I mean, it's different enough that that's why we brought it back and didn't just revise the permit. I mean, one, it was back in 2022, and then, I mean, it's been a while since it came before you, but then they did rework the ridge lines, they changed the roof form. It's generally the same character, I'd say, as what you looked at back in 2022, but it's enough of a different design that I think we were thinking this needs to be re-reviewed as a new design.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
So is it that the ridge of the addition is taller than the historic house? Is that what's being changed here?
They had a taller addition before, but it was just, they reworked the roof form. But I believe the height maybe changed just a tad bit, not any taller. It might have just been inches difference between what they were originally proposing and now. And then the footprint, I think, changed a little bit as well, but by a few hundred square feet. The footprint of the existing house is 1670, and the addition that they're proposing is 1470 square feet. And before it was a little less than that.
Was the rear pop-up sort of gable part of the previous submission?
They did have an addition that was going taller before.
Facing the rear, was that just did we have a rear-facing dormer, I guess, if you will, in the previous application?
I can can pull it up and see. I can't remember if there was a rear-facing dormer or not on that original one.
Although less conspicuously. You know, the and sort of scenario here is creeping into the applications. Saying that, I'll defer that it is a rear-facing dormer and not, it's part of massing and scale, but on the least obvious, from the public right away, but I'm not sure that, how do you measure, is always a great question to ask, no matter what you're doing.
They did not have a rear-facing dormer. It was a rear-facing gable before. Was going taller, but now where it's a side-facing gable, it was a rear-facing gable with side dormers. So they've changed that to a side-facing gable with a rear dormer from what was. So they did rework those roof forms. But we are also considering this a new application. They had started work on that, but it's a new permit. It's not a revision to the previous permit, so it's kind of being reviewed as a standalone project.
Look at the rear elevation.
I will note that the historic context of this case is much different from the last one that we were talking about. Just looking at street view, there's 2.5-story, four squares very nearby, historic homes with much larger presence than what we were looking at in the previous case. While I still think this is an ongoing discussion that we need to have, considering the applicant had a previous approval for basically a similar project of similar mass and scale, and that it's not out of scale with the historic context. I'm more open to that as a pathway to approving this while we continue to talk about how we approach this issue.
Would you care to turn that into a motion?
On 1719 Sweetbriar Avenue, I move to approve the staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Commissioner Price. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Smith. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? Commissioner Mayhall and Commissioner Cotton are opposed. So that gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That carries. That motion carries. This concludes our public business. We have a few reports. Do we have any updates from the Metro Historical Commission?
Yes, we haven't had a meet just due to the day of the month starting on a Wednesday. We haven't had a meeting since our last Historic Zoning Commission meeting, but as a piece of news, we have hired a new executive director. So we completed those interviews, that whole process, and it's Caroline Eller, who we might be familiar with. She's been in the department several years and has now been elevated to executive director. So congratulations to her.
Okay, thank you. Planning Commission representative, do you have a report?
I don't have a big update. I have been absent for the last 4 weeks or so with a mix of flu and baby.
Tell us more.
So,
Tell us more.
Flu and baby, that we kept them separate. So that was good.
Well, congratulations.
Yes.
Yeah, also, I want a picture before we leave, yeah.
I have a couple queued up for you.
Okay, good. Is there a report from the Downtown Code representative?
In terms of, or as it relates to historic assets, there's no significant action, but if the commission would like a more general report, I'm happy to refocus my, my attention to something that would be bullet pointed to not extend the meeting by any unnecessarily, but if you'd like to know what may be happening in that committee, I would adjust. What's that? We don't see that. There has been some movement on transfer of development rights, and additionally, the planning staff, I had the good fortune, I guess, as a member representing this body to hear how the planning staff is more regionally looking at issues of stormwater and how that impacts the county, but most specifically redevelopment of the East Bank. And so I would encourage you to look at assets that are available generally to the public, or what, those are not available just yet. It was a draft that I think the staff would probably be willing to share if it's available to the public just yet. It's just an interesting read, and certainly looking at most specifically, how do we deal with runoff in a very localized way on the East Bank redevelopment, just because of its proximity to the river and such. I found it, I geeked out on it a little bit, so for what it's worth.
Yes, I'm sure we'd love an update on that. Staff, do you have any information that you need to share with us?
No, not at this time.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting? Do I hear a motion? One announcement, yes, sorry.
April 19th is the anniversary of the bombing of the home of Z. Alexander Luby, ultimately led to the silent march where Diane Nash and others confronted me at Green West at the public square. The last 10 years I've been working on a proposal to get it established as Z. Alexander Luby Day in the city. And I'm proud to announce that I've been successful.
Oh, congratulations. That's great.
So, this Sunday at 3 o'clock, we will, maybe I'll read the proposal, or the mayor might do it, but we'll read it at the public square. So,
Great.
once y'all get finished with brunch, if you got a little bit left in you, come on out to the public square and help us
Is that done
celebrate this.
through council resolution? Or just?
No, I wrote a really long proposal and just submitted it to the mayor's office, so like, we need to.
So the mayor can just do that, can make that?
Yeah.
Cool.
Just,
Good. Yeah.
but they edited the heck out of it, because I wrote too much. But anyway, if you got time, come out. And
Okay.
help us celebrate.
Yeah, congratulations, that's wonderful. Okay, now, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Someone-
Okay.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.
Make it a little more pure in case it does go.
Yeah.